The House will come to order. Today's Pledge of Allegiance is again Representative Ryden.
I pledge allegiance
to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Byrd, Representative Byrd,
Excused.
Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Espinoza, Ferre, Representative Ferre,
Excused.
Rep. Froelich is excused. Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Representative Joseph,
Excused.
Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstedt, Representative Lindstedt is excused. Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Representative Mabry is excused. Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutinel, Ryden, Sirota, Representative Sirota, Representative Smith is excused. Soper is excused. Stewart K. Stewart R. Story. Sukla. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Representative Valdez.
Excused.
Excused. Velasco. Representative Velasco.
Excused.
Weinberg. Wilford. Winter. Woodrow. Woog. Zokai. And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 55 present, 9 excused, and 1 vacancy, we do have a quorum. Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Thursday, August 21st, 2025 be approved as corrected by the acting Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the Journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Mr. Schiebel. Mr. Schiebel, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1006 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and House Bill 1017 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1010 and 1015 be postponed indefinitely.
Thank you. Members, we are proceeding to business. Representative Lukens. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Lukens will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representative Sirota, also Senators Hendrickson and Cutter, concerning the requirement for certain taxpayers to add back an amount equal to the federal deduction for qualified business income allowed under Section 199A of the Federal Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for purposes of determining their state taxable income.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1001.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, we are here today because the Republicans in Congress blew a $1 billion hole in our state budget with 80% of the benefits from these tax cuts going to wealthy corporations and individuals. I am presenting you a bill to simply extend a deduction add back that we have had on our books since we first passed it in 2020 with House Bill 20-1420. It is the qualified business income deduction, which allows business owners like LLCs, partnerships, and sole proprietors, but not C corporations, to deduct up to 20% of their qualified business income from federal taxable income. In 2020, we recognized that this was disproportionately benefiting high-income earners in our state. And so at that time, we limited the deduction to those who are earning below $500,000 as a single filer and $1 million as a joint filer. And so this and I should also add, the limitation doesn't apply to taxpayers with Schedule F, which are farm or agricultural activity income. But continuing this limitation will save Colorado taxpayers $100 million a year that otherwise we would have to reduce benefits related to Medicaid, K-12 education, and the like, critical services. And we believe that, that these high-income earners can add this back at their state income. They are still getting the deduction at the federal rate, which is significant. But we are simply asking for an extension of current law. And I ask for your aye vote.
Rep. Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. Here we go again, same old Democrat story. It's somebody else's fault. When we came into session last year, $1.2 billion in the hole. Was that Trump's fault? No, that's 10 years of doing what we do in this building. Hurting the taxpayer, going after them, more taxes, more crazy spending. You can use Trump for the last 30 days to blame everything on the last 10 years of complete fiscal irresponsibility out of this House. But I'm not going to sit here and believe the lie. This is literally the fault of this side. We have voted over and over. We tried to cut $1 billion in the spring. $1 billion. The Democrats said, no, we will not allow that. We're going to continue to raise taxes. We're going to continue to raise fees. How dare you blame this on President Trump? How dare you blame the fiscal irresponsibility in this room on something that happened over the last 10 years, and you're blaming it on Trump right now? This is the epitome of not taking responsibility. This is the epitome of irresponsibility out of this building. We were $1.2 billion in the hole at the beginning of this year. As soon as we supposedly passed the budget, as soon as we supposedly cut $1.2 billion, we find out 30 days later, 35 days later, before Trump did anything, that we were already another $880 million in the hole. Why?
because of Democrats in the state of Colorado, because of Democrats in this room, not because of one Republican. We voted unanimously against these things over and
Representative
over.
Bottoms, I'm going to interrupt you. Back to the bill, which is in relation to qualified business income, please.
Respectfully, Chair, I am addressing what the representative got up here and said, and I will not let that lie stand. Thank you. We are dealing with the Democrat irresponsibility in this House. I am not going to sit here and let these things be said. We have been begging. I've been in this House for 3 years. We have been begging, please stop the spending. Please stop raising fees. Please stop hurting the taxpayer. But instead, we have the King's Weekend. The King has called us to this court. The King has subjected all of us to this. And I'm a citizen. I'm not a subject. And this citizen says, not now, not ever. The sycophants can go along with whatever the King says. But I am a no Kings Colorado person. And I'm not going to let it happen. This is not the fault of Trump. This is not the fault of H.R. 1. All of this stuff existed before then, so stop saying it. This is not the fault of H.R. 1. We are in this debt because of Democrats in this House right here and Democrats in the Senate right over there. So stop it. I vote no on all of this insane, egregious attack on the people of Colorado. Stop it now.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gosh, we have new microphones. Do they work? My concern about this particular bill are the thresholds of $500,000 for individuals and $1 million for joint. I don't know how many of you have been ever associated with or ever have started a subchapter S in LLC, a limited partnership. But for those of us that have been entrepreneurs in our lives, guess what we did? We went to our mom and dads. We went to our uncles and aunts. We went to our grandparents to get the original capital to start our businesses. We sweat blood and tears to get those businesses off the ground. We paid taxes on what little income that we took from our businesses at a very minor amount. And in many cases, like myself, we lost money in our startups. We lost sleep because we knew our moms and dads and uncles and aunts and sisters and brothers helped us get those businesses off the ground. And I can tell you from experience, those are painful nights. We went weeks and months where we didn't pay ourselves because we wanted to make sure our employees got paid. And we never wanted them to worry whether their paycheck was going to bounce. I won't tell you how long I went when I owned Marmot, how long I went when I didn't pay myself. And so when those individuals finally get to a point where income starts to flow, we now penalize them. And we refer to them as being the rich. That is so far out of context, it's unbelievable. Because what we did with those dollars, in many cases, that we paid taxes on, is after we paid those taxes, we paid mom and dad back. It took me 15 years to pay mom and dad back. And at that point, my dad was retired. So to characterize us as running subchapter S's and LLCs and partnerships as that we're rich and we can afford this at the level of $500,000 and $1 million is so far out of context, it is hard for me to hear. We risk everything we have for our dreams. And I'm sorry, this should not be extended. This is not fair to entrepreneurs that have worked their tails off to develop a good product or a good service, and all they wanted to do is pay back those people that were so important to them, that helped them get off the ground. My mom and dad are no longer alive, but there isn't a day where I don't thank them for helping me in a very difficult time. Thank you.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to address a couple things. First of all, this body passed a balanced budget during the 25 legislative session. We did. We were all here. We all saw it. We all did it. We served our constitutional duty to pass a balanced budget, and then what happened was, on July 4th, President Trump signed that bill, and that blew a $1 billion hole in our budget after we had already closed a $1 billion gap caused by TABOR. That's why we're here, and what we are saying is that if corporations are going to get about 80% of the benefits of this bill that is gutting services like Medicaid and food stamps, taking health care and food from families across Colorado, what we think is that state tax policy should say corporations and the wealthy should pay their fair share. And with this particular bill, all we are doing is extending what was already done in 2020 when we decided that those earning $500,000 or $1 million can add this discount back to their state tax liability. I don't know about you, but for my constituents, folks earning $500,000 to $1 million a year are wealthy. They just are. And that's not any commentary on anyone's work ethic. Whether you work for $20 an hour or you earn $1 million a year, it's not a commentary on work ethic. It's about people paying their fair share. And I will just remind folks, again, that people are getting this benefit at the federal level. We are simply talking about what is one's state tax liability. And this was first done back in 2017 with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act because the corporate tax rate was dropped so significantly, and it was an attempt to try and bring some parity to those businesses filing on their individual income taxes. And these businesses are still getting this deduction at the federal level where that corporate tax rate was differential. Here in Colorado, everyone has the same tax rate. So it is not something that we see as necessary or applicable to reach any kind of parity because it is the same rate. So again, I ask for your aye vote to support working families in this state who are relying on the services that the state provides to get by.
Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to go ahead and speak a little bit on what was just said. Yes, this body passed a balanced budget last session, much to our dismay on this side of the aisle. But we balanced that budget apparently on money that we weren't sure was coming in. As a businessman, we don't do business like that. If I'm not sure this money is going to come through, I'm not going to budget that money. If I have a job or a contract that I'm going to do that's not a signed contract, that's going to give me, let's say, $100,000. Do you think I'm going to budget that $100,000 for another expenditure not knowing if that job is going to be done? No. So we balanced this budget
depending on federal funds that we were not sure were going to come in. And of course, they didn't come in because this body did not listen to the legislation that was being passed that this is going to be affected. So saying that we balanced the budget on money that we weren't sure is not balancing the budget. It's also not the fault of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights was here way before this budget was out of balance. And it is very important to the people of Colorado, and we all know that. 70% approval rating for the past years. This bill, Colorado is one of 18 states that currently have rolling individual income tax conformity with the federal government. This approach is seen as beneficial as it provides greater predictability for taxpayers, but can often have a positive or negative impact on state income tax. This bill is an extension of the state income tax add back that was passed in HB 2014-20, which initially decoupled specific taxpayers from the QBI deduction. If their adjusted gross income reaches a certain limit, the affected taxpayer would be required to add back the Section 199A QBI deduction to their federal income when calculating Colorado taxable income. In my opinion, that's not the way of going about this and trying to close out the $1.2 billion budget hole that we're in. I urge a no vote.
Rep. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, lots to unpack here. So let's start with one of the statements that were made, that the first budget deficit that we saw this last regular session was caused by the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We have seen time and time again an attack on the will of the voters with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And I know how my dear colleagues on the other side, I truly feel about the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, as it stops unlimited government growth spending. But I will say that to the arguments that were made that we passed a balanced budget are true. But when we got our forecasting for second quarter in June, which is after we adjourned, which was before the July 4th signing of H.R. 1, we were already in a structural deficit. And in times past, we have also been in a deficit, at which time some members of the Joint Budget Committee have expressed their concerns about the budget shortfall that we were heading into. And when these members of JBC spoke and made their opinion clear, members told them that they just didn't know what they were talking about. So there was a lot of denying of where we were headed to. Maybe this was intentional. I don't know. I'm not impugning motive. But what I am saying is that we were headed in this direction anyway, regardless of the passage of H.R. 1. You know, I think that this body, all of us should have accountability with what we do and what we say and what happens here in this body, in this chamber, in this legislature for the state of Colorado. It's okay to say that we were wrong, that we made mistakes, but deflecting blame is not a way that we should do it, given, you know, the disdain for this administration at the federal level. I mean, if the roles were reversed, I think you guys would feel the same way. Now, when we're talking about the qualified business income deduction, you know, you also heard that people need to pay their fair share. When I've asked people about, so define to me what your definition of fair share is, I can never get a response. And so what surprises me is when we talk about, you know, eat the rich and we need to make sure that they pay their fair share, what is your plan to define what their fair share is? Because I think voters and we would want to know what your plan is, specifically the income tax brackets of what their fair share is. You know, it's easier to say things like that, but when you don't have a plan in place to replace the current flat tax rate, which I know many of you disagree because people who pay more income should be able to pay more, right? But I think we should also look at the big picture here. When it comes to these people who are business owners, you know, I know you guys have disdain for corporations as well, but we have to look after small businesses and these people that provide jobs. And while some of them are wealthy, we should also keep in mind that their wealth, some of them, they're able to provide for the community. You know, they invest in the community, they donate to charity. And when you hurt these people, you're only taking away the willful charity of these people, their chances to do so at a greater length. So, sometimes they get millions of dollars, sometimes they get thousands of dollars to start their own foundations, donating to these community causes. People who are wealthy are able to do this because they have the money to do so. But when you hurt them and you try to take more of their money, that takes money indirectly from the community of the people that we want to help, that obviously, taxes only go so far. But when people willfully are able to do that, we take that option from them. So I respectfully disagree with my colleague from Denver, but I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Rep. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice desk, by the way.
Thank you. Thanks to
bill.
AML Bacon.
Look, there's going to be a lot, I think it'll be pretty obvious that we're not going to agree with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle when we're talking about a structural deficit created by this very body, and yet we're trying to blame Washington, which is just, it's disingenuous. And there's going to be plenty of that commentary, so I don't necessarily need to focus on that right now, but specifically the bill. What I'm concerned about is yet still what I see is a recurring theme from our colleagues on the other side. While I applaud efforts to recognize that we are in a structural deficit and the efforts to try to fix that, this bill protects certain taxpayers but makes others liable for that burden. And this is something that I think is pretty commonplace, right, with legislation that we see from that side. We don't necessarily need to burden others while protecting some, especially through the unethical spending that has created this structural deficit. A status quo that has been created by the majority where add-backs undermine the taxpayer Bill of Rights, end up then undermining the very voice of the voters of Colorado, which we're here supposed to try to protect and represent. This bill seeks to decouple from QBI deduction for certain taxpayers indefinitely, once again undermining the taxpayer Bill of Rights. Again, something that we should be here to protect, and we should be here to voice for our constituents that have time and time again stated that they love Tabor. I love Tabor. I love Tabor. This side loves the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I love the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We need to protect that. We need to listen to our constituents, again, that have time and time again have said that they love the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and we need to protect it. We cannot be chipping away at it like this bill seeks to do. I urge a no vote.
Rep. Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, to just bring it back to what we're talking about here, is saying that the federal qualified business income deduction, which allows business owners to deduct up to 20% of their qualified business income from their tax liability, is something that we should add back into our state tax code, that deduction does not serve us as a state. We are talking about reining in a tax break that overwhelmingly benefits the wealthiest business owners. And we are talking about doing that by extending limits on the QBI deduction for top earners. I want us to think about our values in the consideration of this bill. We are considering whether we should allow wealthy business owners to write off 20% of their income before paying taxes. We are talking about whether we should give those individuals a massive discount while teachers, restaurant workers, regular wage earners pay taxes on every dollar that they earn. Who should bear the burden of our tax code? Should we be putting that disproportionately on our teachers? This is not about punishing success. This is about basic fairness. Nothing in this bill is a punishment. It is about paying your fair share. And I know there's been questions about what that means. It means you don't get a special tax break. It's that simple. We do not give tax breaks like this to people working in the fast food industry. And it still exists federally. So at a time when we are talking about Medicaid and food stamps being on the line, is it really the values of this body that we should give a special tax break to those making over $1 million a year? I think the fact that that is even up for debate should give us all pause.
Is there any further? Rep. Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
It absolutely astounds me. We're sitting here talking about why should this be up to debate. Last time I checked, last time I understood that was the purpose of this body. This body was here to debate. Whether you like it or not, get used to it because that's what we're here to do, is debate. And we keep saying the opening statement from the sponsor, the Republicans blew a hole in the budget, is blatantly false. The administration has been in power for 7 years in this state. 100% power. Every single office, the majority statewide. The malfeasance of the structural deficit goes back for 7 years. And there's members that come up on the other side of the aisle that want to blame an administration that's been in business for 7 months. Timeline-wise, the JBC was notified on the 18th of June that there was a $700 million deficit. So the statement that it was balanced is a crock. They're notified that there's a deficit. That, and then the bill, the HR1, was signed in July. Well, the last time I checked, June came before July. So the JBC knew in advance that there was a problem. I'm pretty certain that they could figure it out before June 18th there was a problem. That structural deficit has been compounded year after year after year for the past 7 years here. And when they say this body passes legislation, yes, the legislature does pass legislation. In case y'all haven't noticed, we are the minority party. We tend to vote against the things like that. The administration, we've gone through, they've hired something like 7,000 people in the last 7 years. We've expanded government, we've expanded full-time employees, we've created new departments. We used one-time money that came down out of ARPA. And instead of being fiscally smart like most families will do and businesses will do of putting it in the bank and the reserves and saving it, we spent it to grow the government. Well, our side of the aisle objected. And now we're saying it's our fault that we blew the hole in the budget. Well, that's crock. We did not blow the hole in the budget. The structural deficit has been continuously growing for 7 years. And it is at the malfeasance of the party that is in power and that administration. Coming now to say, oh, we're going to do an add-on, we're going to do this, we're going to claw that back. Yet the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and defending the public, which is hands down the most popular amendment in the Constitution, hands down the most popular amendment in the Constitution. Constantly people say, leave my Taxpayer Bill of Rights alone. Do not touch my Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And yet this body and the other half of our colleagues continuously seek ways to bypass that. At the best, that's being disingenuous. We have proposed over and over ways to cut the budget. We have proposed over and over ways to restructure programs. And every time we get shot down, we don't get invited to the table for discussions. We get stuff ramrodded down our throat, like this session. So don't come up here and say it's the Republicans' fault. Don't come up here and say, oh, it just got created. This goes back for 7 years. I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not quite as tall. All right. It would be great if we could be a little more interactive. I could ask some questions, we could get some responses, but I know that's not the way it works. But the way it does work is interesting. We change policy in this state by writing and passing bills, hoping to get the governor's signature. We change tax policy in this state in ways that increase revenue within our Constitution by going to the people and asking their permission. The people in this state don't expect much, and as each year goes by, I think they expect less and less of us. And we're proving that to be true, because we're not providing much and we're not protecting much at this point. But I'd like to go back a little ways to, we finally got a fiscal note. That's awesome. I just do want to remind people again that the Taxpayer Bill of Rights requires that when we change tax policy in a way that increases revenue, we have to go to the people and ask their permission. This fiscal note says that in this current year, we will increase revenues by $45.9 million. Next year by $95.5 million, and the year after that, $101.6 million. This is a policy change that increases revenue. It must go to the people. We should not pass this as a bill. It is a tax policy change that increases revenue. But more disturbing than that is that the call for this extraordinary session that's not very special anymore specifically states that the ideas that we present, the tax policy or other policy changes that we present as bills for passage and to the governor for his signature must be TABOR compliant. So I would assert that this bill is not within the call, and I would request in some way we get a ruling as to whether we should even be considering it. This is not TABOR compliant. It is not within the call. Thank you.
Rep. Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, fellow colleagues. Again, I want to bring it back to the bill. I'm utterly confused as to why we're here and why we're discussing this. Today, we are being asked to make a temporary tax policy permanent. And I want to explain very clearly what this bill does and why I believe it is harmful for the future of Colorado. House Bill 1001 requires certain taxpayers to permanently add back the federal qualified business income deduction when they calculate their state taxable income. Now, the federal government created the QBI deduction, also known as Section 199A, to give relief to small and mid-sized businesses. It allows them to deduct up to 20% of their business income when filing their federal taxes. The purpose was simple: to encourage investment, hiring, and growth, especially among family-owned and closely held businesses. Now, to unpack that, I don't know how many of you are business owners in this room, but if you give back to business owners to invest in their company, they hire more people, which drives the economy. That is how we get Colorado back on track. That is how you get the budget under control, is when you have more people paying their way in the state. Now, I heard earlier from my colleague on the other side of the aisle about SNAP benefits, and I was stripping them away. I don't think it's understood that SNAP and benefits from the government should be a temporary fix. Incentives to companies like this get people that are on SNAP benefits and everything else off of SNAP benefits. They get them into the workforce. They get them productive into the state of Colorado. That is how we get the state of Colorado back on track when it comes to our budget. In 2020, during the middle of a crisis, Colorado chose to temporarily eliminate this benefit at the state level for certain taxpayers. That temporary measure was extended several times, and now, with this bill, we're being asked to make it permanent. That means even though the federal government recognizes this deduction, Colorado will not. Businesses here will be forced to pay more in state taxes than they would in the entire country. What would be the incentive for a business to stay in this state? Why not pick the business up, the LLC, DBA out into Ohio or to Utah and contract into the state and avoid all of this altogether? That is what we as a legislative body are going to force companies to do. Who does this affect? This applies to business owners with income over $500,000 for individuals and $1 million for couples. Now, it's easy to say that these are wealthy taxpayers, but let's not forget who they are. They are owners of construction companies who employ dozens, if not hundreds, of workers. They are owners of successful restaurants who have built them up for decades. They are the entrepreneurs and the innovators who take the risks that create opportunity for everyone else in this state. When we tax them more, it does not just hit their bottom line, it ripples out to their employees, their customers, and the communities they serve. This is a domino effect time and time again, and we fail to realize that in this room. We're not just taking something away. You're putting jobs at risk. We are already in a state where the cost of living is high, where businesses are stretched thin by regulation, inflation, and labor shortages. At a time when we should be doing everything possible to make Colorado competitive, this bill sends the opposite message. It says Colorado will tax you more for succeeding here than in any other state. And when businesses have the option to move, expand, or hire elsewhere, this is one more reason to leave Colorado behind. Making this tax add-back permanent is not maintaining the status quo, as I've heard multiple times. It is locking in a permanent tax increase and a temporary non-solution to the current issue we are facing today on August 22nd, 2025, for the third special assembly I've had to attend, wasting taxpayer dollars. What began as a temporary measure in a crisis is now being written as a temporary solution into law forever. That is not tax fairness, that is taxation theft. Our role is to foster growth, not punish it. We should be looking for ways to support businesses and create jobs and opportunities for Colorado families, not trying their hand with more taxes, thinking that that is the way to success. This bill seeks to make permanent the add back of the federal qualified business income tax deduction. Supporters of this measure call it a continuation of a current policy, but the truth is much simpler. This is a permanent tax increase on the very people who fuel Colorado's economy: our business owners, our entrepreneurs, and our job creators. Economics 101. The QBI deduction was designed at the federal level to help small and mid-sized businesses compete. It recognizes the risks taken when someone leaves a steady paycheck behind to start something on their own, when they put their savings on their line to hire employees, and when they reinvest in their communities. In 2007, when I quit my job, getting a steady paycheck every 2 weeks, a 401k, health insurance for my newborn, to quit that job and lose all of those benefits, to go out and start my own company, which is still owned to this day in 3 states. That was a risk, without incentives to make me want to hire employees and not do the extra work myself, to take on additional clientele. That is what made my business expand. And guess where the money, the revenue of that business growth went back to? The states I do business in, the people I employ, their families, their futures. For many family-owned businesses, this deduction has been one of the few forms of meaningful relief. By requiring it to be added back for state purposes, Colorado is saying, we don't care if the federal government recognizes your hard work and sacrifice, we want a larger cut. That decision pulls dollars away from payrolls, expansions, and investments in very communities we all represent. I want to stress again, this does not just hurt business owners. When we raise taxes on businesses, those costs again ripple outward. It is not one class of people that are affected. It means fewer job opportunities, lower wage growth, and higher costs for families. It means that a construction company in Loveland takes on fewer projects, a restaurant in my city delays hiring, and a startup in my city holds back on expansion. At the end of the day, it's the Colorado workers and families who bear the burden of this policy, of this bill that you're trying to put into action. I ask you to look at the consequences of the future of every word on this bill paper and to where it moves forward to all the people we represent, Republican, Democrat, or unaffiliate, in your districts, the construction worker to the CEO. Where is the impact and how many people will be affected by such legislation? This is a bad temporary fix during this special session when we are $1.3 billion in discussion. You cannot tax your way out of this situation. Incentivize the businesses, bring the money in, bring the businesses in, and your deficit will fall and crumble, and we won't have to be here.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have come to this well quite often to talk about being a small business owner. My husband grew up one of 13, very, very poor, pretty much lived in poverty, and moved to Colorado with $500 in his pocket and a dream that so many of our small business owners have. $500 in his pocket and a truck full of a couple of boxes. And he set out to live the American dream. The bedrock of our society are small business owners. And he grew his company. We went to about 50 different employees. His company grew very, very large. He was very successful. And unfortunately, due to some circumstances personally, we had to downsize. We have 5 employees now, and I will tell you there have been many times when we couldn't even afford to feed our own children, but took out loans to make sure our employees didn't lose their jobs and they could afford to feed their families. That's what small business owners do. They put themselves last. They put their employees and their community first. And what did they get from that, for that here in the state? Over 200,000 regulations on them. 45% are duplicative and excessive. And we just keep hammering and hammering and hammering. The nail lady I go to moved here from Vietnam legally, made a business for herself, and now she's having to pay those consequences. And I want to know why success is a punishment in this state. Why being successful is considered a punishment. We tax on tips and overtime, the party of working families. Oh, the party of working families is taxing you on tips and overtime when the federal government said no. We in the state of Colorado, I mean the Democrats in the state of Colorado, are going to tax your tips and your overtime. And then they had the audacity when the Republicans brought a bill forward yesterday to stop the nonsense, to have someone come and testify that the people working for overtime make over $500,000 a year. Do you believe that, Colorado? Because it's nurses and construction workers and firefighters that are working for overtime. It is the servers in the restaurants that are working 3 jobs, and now we're going to tax them, the working families.
Back to the bill that is about QBI deduction, please.
Madam Chair, I would like a little bit of leeway because other sponsors have come up and talked about this, and I would like the same leeway. Thank you. I'm going to give you statistics on what has happened in here because we've talked about it, right? It's HR1's fault. It's HR1. They've brought it up, not me. The problem is over the past 7 years, Democrats have run state government by themselves. According to the latest employment data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, each of the 7 states that border us saw increased employment growth, but Colorado was exceptional. Yay, another great statistic, because employment actually decreased here. We're the only state surrounding us that employment actually decreased. Wonder why? Colorado is losing out thanks to their policies. We're only one of 2 states to lose jobs in the latest report. Why? Because businesses are closing, and now because of this bill, more are going to be closing. And guess what's going to happen to employment? Woo, it's going to sink. Taking a bigger view, from 2023 to 2025, national employment increased 2%. Employment in Texas, great red state, rose 5.6%, but employment in Colorado rose 0.6%. Wah, wah, wah. On the flip side, unemployment in Colorado has increased 3 times faster than the national average. Man, we are blowing the statistics out of the water. Maybe it's because we're the 6th most regulated state in the country when it comes to business. So let's add another blow to the small business and self-employed individual community by passing this bill and pretending like it's going to be bad for the corporations and the big box vendors. No one believes that. No one believes that's what's happening. And state government spending has grown $32 billion in we have grown state government $32 billion, 2020 to 2021, $46 billion in fiscal year 2025 to 2026. In 7 years, our population in Colorado has grown 5%, and our state budget, thanks to these policies, has grown 50%. So don't blame the Republicans for this, and certainly don't blame HR1, because these are the statistics, and these are the facts. Healthcare spending has increased 367% over the last 16 years. And what has that gotten us? You want to talk about cutting rural healthcare and funding? You know where we're spending it? We're spending $400 million. We brought a bill forward, $400 million on elective procedures like abortion and cosmetic procedures for men to look like women and illegal immigrants' health care. So you want to talk about trimming the fat? We came here to trim the fat. And the DD waiver list continues to grow because the people that Medicare or Medicaid was actually afforded to are the people losing out. So don't believe this gaslighting. I think if they post enough on their social media saying these things that they think the people of Colorado are going to believe them. We don't. You want the small business community to fund your ineptness at managing the budget. And then you want to blame our president for things that he's been in office for 7 months when you have destroyed the economy for 7 years. You have been fiscally irresponsible, and now small businesses are going to have to pay the consequences of it, and it is not right. And we are not going to sit here and let you continue to gaslight the people of Colorado. This is a horrible bill. It is not fair to the small businesses in Colorado, and we're not going to let that happen. We're going to get it out, whether the media wants to cover it or not, and we're going to let the voters know that Democrats are responsible for this budget shortfall, and they're trying to put it on the backs of small businesses. Vote no on this bill.
Rep. Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, for those watching, there's a lot of blame being put on the federal government for HR1 because they made this QBI deduction permanent. So Colorado, back in 2021 with House Bill 1311, decoupled our tax code from the federal government on this specific tax. So for those who are unfamiliar, our tax code, our state tax code follows the federal tax code closely, which is very helpful to taxpayers because it makes it a lot easier and predictable to know how much in taxes that you're going to have to pay. And the state of the legislature here, we've gotten into the habit of decoupling those very specific things that we don't want to follow the federal government on. And that brought me to my bill that was presented in committee tomorrow that actually very much has to do with the bill that we're looking at right here. I like to call it the small, beautiful bill that was ran by myself and Minority Leader Puglisi. And what that bill did was, because we knew that they were going to try to extend this, it said that in order to decouple the federal tax code and the state tax code on overtime and for this QBI issue, that's a net tax revenue change. And anytime it's a net tax revenue change, that kicks in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And as my colleague pointed out earlier from House District 56, it's gonna change the tax code $45 million this year alone, $95 million next year. And so the point that I want to make across the aisle and the point that I want to make to the Colorado voters is, how can we say that we're going to pass this bill and it's going to generate $95 million extra dollars for the state of Colorado, which is coming from the people of Colorado, and that's not a net tax revenue change? How can we sit there with a straight face and say that this doesn't kick in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights that says you have to get my permission before you raise taxes on me? Now, that should have kicked in 2021, and I don't know if there were lawsuits brought against it. I don't believe there was. But there are lawsuits being brought now over the overtime issue, which my bill tried to address the overtime issue and the extension to make permanent this deduction change. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is incredibly popular. We see it all the time. Every election, it's under attack, and the people of Colorado say, no, you guys have enough. Live within your means. I have to live within my means. They appreciate our Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And what we're doing with this bill is we're saying we're going to change the tax code significantly to $100 million extra we're going to gain next year. But for some reason, we don't have to go through you, even though it's your money that we're taking. And like I shared in committee yesterday, financial independence is freedom. And if you don't understand that, just if you've ever lived in poverty, then you do understand that. Which is why we fight so hard for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because when it's the government saying, we're going to take more money from you, we're saying we're going to take a little bit of freedom from you, essentially. And we have to get your approval of that. So, as some of my colleagues already pointed out, this extension, in my opinion, and many others' opinions, is a violation of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights because it is changing the tax code, it is increasing revenue for the state. And if that's the case, then it has to go through the voters for approval. And the last point I want to make is the point that my colleague from Grand Junction made earlier. I believe he made it earlier, which is there's a lot of talk about HR1 and blame on congressional Republicans for the crisis that we're in right now. The reality of that is we went into our regular session this year, we knew ahead of time we were $1.2 billion short. On June 18th, because our second quarter forecast came in that we were under our projected revenue, our Joint Budget Committee members were briefed that we were facing a $700 million shortfall already. Keep in mind, HR1 was passed on July 4th. They got briefed on June 18th that we were facing a $700 million shortfall. So again, these are structural deficits that we're facing here. We have to live within our means. The budget was $30 billion in 2019. It's now $45 billion. If you're keeping track, that's a 50% increase. Just ask yourselves, has your health care gotten 50% better? Have your roads gotten 50% better? Has your kids' schools gotten 50% better? I don't even think, when I ask this question to people, they go, no, it's gotten significantly worse, not 50% better. So going forward, we need to keep that in mind. The people feel like we have enough. I know many people want to try to spin this and say, well, this is, millionaires getting tax breaks. It's the principle. If we're going to tax overtime, which is workers who are usually salary workers, obviously, or whether they're millionaires, doesn't really matter. You need to go through the people and get their approval if you're going to make a net revenue tax change. So I urge a no vote on this.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. DeGraff.
Welcome, tax widgets. Of the former free state of Colorado to Rubber Stamp-a-Palooza 2026, probably the first of two, perhaps, special sessions. I mean, we really did expect to have one in October. But now you see why we have one right now. We have one right now to get things on the ballot in order for the citizens to be gaslighted into voting away part or all of their taxpayer Bill of Rights. So my colleague just mentioned something that this should end up on the ballot because it's changing the tax code. And I think it's important for the citizens of Colorado, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, to notice that the tax experts of the Democrat Party have no solutions to a budget, to blowing through their budget other than increasing revenue. And increasing revenue just means increased money from you. Just means increased takings from the people of Colorado. Now, I don't know why the Democrat Party hates the citizens of Colorado having money, but it is pretty clear at this point that they will not be happy until you have nothing. So let's look at this. I'm looking at the bill, taking in what my colleague just said, and I don't see any place in this bill that says this is a ballot initiative, that this is going to be required. Now, perhaps I'm wrong. I mean, we're just seeing these bills kind of in real time. They're just kind of flowing down. We're not allowed to see them for any significant period of time. For those of us who don't worship at the trough of government and have other lives to live, we don't just sit in here and discuss policy in the secret smoke-filled rooms of the Colorado General Assembly. So this bill right here says this is the status quo, and of course the status quo means taking more from you. But what is this? The corresponding permanent continuation of the QBI deduction add back is a continuation of existing tax policy and is not a tax policy change. That is interesting because when you read the fiscal note says this resolution refers a constitutional measure to voters in the November 2026 election. Now, this is only a couple pages. In Colorado, by the way, you're paying at least somewhere between $33,000 and $50,000 per day for us to assemble so that they can extract, the Democrat Party can extract more from your wallet. And they've got all kinds of machinations to do so. And again, their tax experts have only one solution, and that is more money from you. So let's look at this. Is this the status quo? The QBI is the status quo. But that was added back in, and then so the state could tax it. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a rebate that went to business owners to compensate them effectively for extracting taxes from the citizens of Colorado. And now what the Democrat Party wants to do is it wants to remove that credit. So here's what this is what this effectively is. So the Democrat Party was paying vendors to collect money from the citizens of Colorado in the form of sales tax. Now they want the citizens of Colorado, they want the business owners of Colorado to do it for free. That is called compelled labor. Another word for compelled labor is slavery, which is appropriate given the history of the party. Well, it's not just the history, it's the ongoing.
Let's bring it back to the bill, please.
Ma'am, I am on the bill because we're talking about compelled labor of Coloradans. We're talking about the compelled labor of businesses of Colorado. And compelled labor is slavery. There is no other word for it. It's synonymous. All I'm using is a synonym for compelled labor, which is slavery. Well, it is the Democrat Party was founded. The Democrat Party was founded for the preservation, expansion of slavery.
The bill is about the QBI deduction.
Yes, ma'am, and it is about compelled labor. Compelled labor is slavery, and there's a conversation over here that's saying that my use of the word slavery for compelled labor, which is what this bill is not appropriate, and I'm trying to address those concerns. So, what we're talking about is we're removing the pay, the reimbursement, and it was brought up that we don't give teachers, restaurant workers this. But you know what that 20% does? That 20% goes into lower fees, lower costs by a business. What you're talking about is you're talking about increasing the cost on a business. If you take away this deduction, you're increasing the cost. When you increase the cost, you have to increase the sales price. So in effect, you will be charging teachers, restaurant workers, firemen, small endangered man. You'll be charging them all more money. This is not the status quo. And when we talk about the status quo, we're talking about the status quo. The status quo was the state having its definition for income, taxable income, being tied to the federal. Now, the state of Colorado was pretty happy with that when the federal income could be pretty reliably counted on to change definitions in order to tax people more at the federal level. That increases the tax at the state level in terms of the status quo without actually changing anything. It just increases the state taxes without changing anything. Like, oh, golly gee, we are tied to the federal tax. Now the feds are taxing you more, so the state of Colorado has to tax you more. Our hands are tied. We regret that. But now what we have is what Donald giveth, Jared taketh away. And we have the first bill off the press is coming to take away, is to take money that has been set to infuse into the economy, and then Colorado General Assembly wants to take it back to try to patch a hole in a budget that it blew before it was done. Yeah, the balanced budget was passed. It was passed like a kidney stone. It was passed on the backs of Coloradans. It's just this pile of straw that's piled on the back of Coloradans, piece by piece by piece. And now we have businesses that are leaving Colorado, and they're going to, because every place is more business friendly than Colorado right now, and which is, of course, why the Democrat Party is attacking Texas by trying to invade it, to influence that and all that. That's a whole different story. Madam Chair, I'll get back on the subject at hand, because there's plenty here. We don't need to talk about trying to flip Texas blue. Colorado should be a tragic example to others, and hopefully Texas is paying attention. But true to the Speaker's word, Colorado Dems are going after more tax extractions from Colorado business. If you don't believe me, go to day one. They're coming after the businesses of Colorado. Taxes are a drain. Taxes are a disincentive. When you want to disincentivize somebody from, say, smoking, they put a tax on it. Why? They say, well, it discourages people from smoking. If you want to put more taxes on businesses, you're talking about disincentivizing people from doing business. So this bill is a lie. This is not about maintaining the status quo, because if it was about maintaining the status quo, it would not require a constitutional ballot initiative. It requires a constitutional ballot initiative because it wants to change the tax code. Now, one thing that I notice in here is that there is no proposed wording for the ballot initiative. So what this wants is saying, hey, pass this, we're going to talk about QBI, but we're going to send this to a ballot initiative, but we're not going to tell you what the ballot initiative is going to say. You need to vote for it to find out what's in it. Now, if we were talking about trade practices, like I was yesterday when I tried in House Bill 25B-1012, where it was trying to infuse $25 billion or $2.4 billion of money back into the economy, but the Democrats sided with Big Pharma instead of the people of Colorado, we would call that deceptive trade practices. Bait and switch. It's not unexpected. But what we're talking about is compelled labor. Compelled labor by the businesses to tax extract more from the citizens of Colorado and not remunerate them for their efforts. Colorado budget passed. Why is there a budget hole? There's a budget hole because when the outcome is obvious, the intent can be inferred. We sat up here time after time and time again and saying, if you vote on this, you will be violating federal law. You will be violating an agreement with all other 50 other states that says how this money is supposed to be spent. I'm not a big fan of sending money to Washington, D.C. to have it laundered and come back here. I think states should take care of themselves. But that was a convenient way for the state to get money. Now the rules changed. And now the Democrats Party, it wants to change the rules again on the citizens of Colorado. Not just for temporary. Mind you, this is not an initiative to do this for 1 year, to patch this hole for 1 year. This is to propose an unwritten ballot initiative to do this forever. It's to do it forever. Whittling away the taxpayer Bill of Rights. So when you hear gaslighting from the governor that says he appreciates the taxpayer Bill of Rights, just know that the minions in this body are doing his bidding to take it away from you. Why was it taken? Violation of federal law. Rules that we signed up for. It's like wanting to change the rules in the middle of the game. And again, the tax experts in the Democrat Party can only think of ways to take more money from the citizens of Colorado. There is an adage, you can't take blood from a turnip, and that's why the Democrats are going after TABOR. Going after the taxpayer Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights for the taxpayer, the rights of Colorado taxpayers, that is something the Democrat Party 100% hates. So consider, when you're as the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, that they hate you having rights. And it's not about a refund. The refund is only money that when they tax extract more from you than they actually need, which is never, because they always have money, they always have machinations of how to get their grubby paws on that money. What we're talking about is the inability for the Democrat Party to raise taxes ad infinitum. The reason they don't like TABOR and the reason they blame this special assistant on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is because otherwise they would just pass a new tax. Would that quell their spending? Would that sate their appetite for more spending? Would that slake their thirst for the blood of Coloradans? No. It would just cue it up for another taxtraction from the citizens of Colorado, because there is no appeasing a tyrant. This is about punishing success. That is the MO. This is about punishing success. Anytime somebody raises their head above the crowd, the Democrats want to cut it down. You can read about that in the screw tape letters. Teachers, restaurant workers, that 20% goes to reducing their costs. We haven't even begun to look at the cost of unlimited feticide. Unlimited feticide, regardless.
Rep. DeGraff, back to House Bill 1001.
Ma'am, we're talking about
QBI deduction.
We're talking about the billion-dollar budget hole that was imagined to have been passed. Now, nothing has really changed since May, other than that the tax and spenders in this building want to have a permanent, because why only pass 636 bills when you can pass 1,800 by never leaving? They want a permanent body. They want a permanent in here. The majority in this legislation wants to worship at the trough of government all year long. So a special session is just a special opportunity to tax-tract more from the tax-paying widgets of Colorado. Violating federal rules. This was coming. We were warned it was coming. Passed on the backs of Coloradans. This is not the status quo. This is setting up, duplicitously setting up, and duplicitous, another synonym for that is lie. This bill is a lie. It's saying it's status quo. It requires a ballot initiative to lie to the citizens of Colorado, to take away, to undermine, to chip away their taxpayer Bill of Rights. Because there is nothing, it's like Marx saying there's nothing more, there's no freedom worse than free trade. There's nothing worse for the Democrat Party than citizens, the taxpayers, having rights. Having the right to say no. Having the right to say no to increased taxes. The Democrat Party hates that. Absolutely hates that. The corresponding permanent continuation of the QBI deduction add back is a continuation of existing tax policy and is not a tax policy change. There are words for that. It is a lie. It requires tax policy change, and if you don't believe me, read the fiscal note, because the resolution refers a constitutional ballot measure, but that constitutional ballot measure is not anywhere that I've seen in these pages. Does it surprise me that it's a lie? Not a bit. Why do they lie? Because if they told you the truth, you would reject it. They don't want the Taxpayer Bill of Rights because time after time after time, the citizens of Colorado reject increased taxes. But I'm a solutions kind of guy. I'm a solutions kind of guy. And yeah, true, I did offer an amendment to take money, to take $2.4 billion that's circling around the state of Colorado, just not in the pockets of the citizens of Colorado. I did offer a bill yesterday that would help the businesses of Colorado. And you can email me for it. I'll give you the information. You can have it right now. But the Democrats sided 8-4 with Big Pharma. Big Pharma. So if you think your medication prices are too high and your health care costs are too high, I tried. I was rejected 8-4. But again, I'm a solutions kind of guy. So it's important that we try to find solutions. I tried unleashing the free market through transparency of HB 25B-1012. $2.4 billion is a reasonable estimation for how much that would infuse into the economy. 63,000 jobs rejected. 8-4. So the only thing left that the Democrat Party will approve of is a tax increase, which requires a ballot initiative like this one for a tax increase on the citizens of Colorado. So I'm going to propose a fee. And there's only one thing that I could think of that is not already feed. So with all the solemnity that is due to this General Assembly special, not so special session, I move L002 to HB 1001, then ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment.
Looks good.
L2 is properly displayed. Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amend printed bill, page 2, after line 18, insert. The intent of the General Assembly is that all coinage remaining on the ground for more than 30 seconds, this would be a new version of the 30-second rule, will become real property of the state. While most coins are represented by their face value, found pennies have a value of a day's worth of good luck. While intangible, this day's luck of good luck is estimated to have a value of $19.68. The fee of which, being the rightful property of the state of Colorado, will be $6.56 in accordance with the tax liberation day being mid-April. And that means tax liberation day means when you stop paying taxes, when your labor stops being compelled and given to the state, when your slavery stops, and when you can start earning income for yourself. The Democrats hate that it's mid-April. They would like it to go farther in the year. Will be $6.56 in accordance with tax liberation day being mid-April. It is estimated that each Coloradan finds 6 pennies per year, over 30 million pennies per year across the state. Resultant revenues are anticipated at $196,800,000. Now, one thing that we could do to bolster this is we could seed Colorado with pennies. So if you would like to participate in the pick-a-penny fee, I would suggest you send maybe 1, maybe 2 pennies, just put them in an envelope and send them to the governor. And then we can just scatter them all around, and then people that pick up pennies will be assessed a fee, which of course they will be on their honor to uphold, and then that fee can be fed right into the budget of the General Assembly that will continue to grow unabated. So this is really the only fee that I can think of that's left. I don't know if this would require an enterprise. I think we can trust the citizens of Colorado to act on good faith and say that, yes, I did find a penny. I did, find a penny, pick it up. All the day you'll have good luck. I did find a penny, and therefore I did gain a day of good luck. And in recognition that that day of good luck is worth $19.68, it is a reasonable fee. So I did think about a tax on the coinage in your couch cushions, but I could not make the nexus between couch cushions to real property. So this, being on the ground, connected to the state of Colorado, it's a fair assessment that this could be assessed as real property, and that the day of good luck of Coloradans could be something not taxed, because that would require a ballot initiative, but just a simple fee. Just a simple fee. Because I'm a solutions kind of guy.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not even sure what to say about this amendment. It obviously doesn't fall under the title of the bill, which is addressing the qualified business income deduction. It is also a deeply unserious response to the crisis that we find ourselves in right now. We are here. People have taken time away from other jobs. They have curtailed vacations. People have come together to address a crisis that we are in because of the passage of H.R. 1. This bill that we are debating right now is in response to the passage of H.R. 1, which included an extension of the qualified business income deduction, and we are continuing state policy here to say that we believe this add back for millionaires is a responsible, proper tax policy and treatment of taxpayers. It doesn't fit under the title of the bill. And I wish we could get back to a serious conversation about the work at hand. The budget was balanced when we passed it out of this General Assembly back in April. We had a revenue forecast presented to us on June 18th that presented us still being in a decent spot in the current year budget, which is the budget that we are talking about right now. This current fiscal year 26 budget is the one that has the $1 billion hole in it. Not the next budget year that I continue to hear referenced, but this budget year now, here. And that is why we are here. That is what we are debating. We should be having a serious conversation about how we are going to help the people of Colorado to prevent these devastating cuts to their health care, to their food assistance, not this.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do resent that this is not a serious bill. This is not a serious amendment. It is every bit as serious and it is every bit as truthful as this that says that we're talking about the status quo, that we're talking about no tax policy change. We're talking about no tax policy change that requires an amendment. Now, this also is the assumption that this is going to solve the budget problem, and it's not. So my point in bringing forth the pick-a-penny amendment is, the point of that is because there's no money left. And it's going to require some creativity, and I mean, we've been saying it for hundreds of years. Find a penny, pick it up every day, you'll have good luck. That should be a taxable income. We can't do that because it would require something on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, so hence a fee. Without even an enterprise, just a straight fee. Requires a constitutional amendment. Outside of restaurants where they collect this QBI, outside of stores, that's where you're going to find pennies. So there is a nexus between the QBI, because they're often discarded. The budget, we knew that this was coming in October. We knew that this funding for this budget, to continue to blame it on H.R. 1, is just a complete evasion of responsibility. And the bill sponsor brought up H.R. 1, so we're going to talk about H.R. 1. H.R. 1 is reducing federal spending. And this body has grown addicted to the federal spending. And it's also a recognition that some of this money that we were taking, that Colorado was violating the rules of that federal spending. It was violating the compact with 50 other states and saying, yeah, here are the rules for what this money is for. We're going to do something else with it. Now, instead of this General Assembly doing something serious and going back and looking at the bills that are creating this problem, things like the funding of undocumented foreign nationals. Now, illegal aliens is always something that's used for the southern border and to try to get that emotive response of the press. But we're also looking at undocumented foreign nationals that are running car chop rings and shipping parts back to Asia. Those are also undocumented foreign nationals. We're talking about undocumented foreign nationals that come from the Middle East. And I guess they're so oppressed that they somehow sail across the ocean, end up in Mexico, and then come into our country as well.
Back to your amendment, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to get to the sponsor of the bill recommended that we are trying to get to a serious point, and this bill is not a serious attempt to deal with the problem. The problem is not with H.R. 1. The problem is the spending of the Democrat Party. The problem is the spending of the tax experts in the Democrat Party. The problem is violating federal law. The problem is this body violating the goodwill and trust of the citizens of the United States. And the citizens of the United States probably finally put somebody who is at least alert in office, coherent, and that person said, whoa, what is Colorado doing? Oh, Colorado is violating all sorts of federal laws. Well, you know what you don't get for violating federal laws?
L2 is about finding coins on the ground. If you could get it back to L2, and then we can go back to the bill.
Absolutely. I think we'll probably talk more about the lack of seriousness of this General Assembly and why, when I say that it is with all the solemnity due to this General Assembly that I move House Bill 002. Because it is with all the solemnity due to this General Assembly, because this General Assembly is a joke. Every single opportunity that we've presented to save money, to save the taxpayers' money, to reduce spending, to not create a billion-dollar hole, has been rejected. I gave you $2.4 billion yesterday, rejected, 8-4. No, 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 no. This, compared to the General Assembly right now, to this special session that's spending somewhere between $33,000 and $50,000 per day, is, with all the solemnity and respect that is due to this General Assembly. The General Assembly, let's look at what is the purpose of this General Assembly? Because if we're talking about...
We're not talking about the purpose of the General Assembly, we're talking about L2.
Well, that's good, because this General Assembly has no idea what the purpose of the General Assembly is. And the purpose of the General Assembly is not to extract more money from the citizens of Colorado. The purpose of the General Assembly is to secure the rights of citizens. This is just a simple way to actually try. And this is the only fee left that Colorado is not already charging. Colorado has figured out how to charge a fee and create an enterprise for every other single thing in Colorado, making them up on the fly. You can't even keep track. They come with board. On the bench is one of the chief sponsors of many, many enterprises and fee-sucking enterprises. Now, the enterprise should be for something useful. The fee should be for something useful, but it's usually just something contrived that you didn't even think you needed. And you certainly didn't need the government to do it. This is just saying simply, I mean, the General Assembly has its eyes on every single penny of the state of Colorado, so why not the ones that have fallen to the ground? Because historically, and by adage, we know that those pennies, when picked up, when found and picked up, come with the days of good luck. And that day, and there's nothing left to tax in Colorado. So the only thing that you can tax is the day of good luck that you found on the ground. And by the tax liberation day, being, if everybody doesn't know, is sometime in mid-April. That means all of your labor prior to mid-April is already compelled. And what's the General Assembly here trying to do with all the solemnity of this body? Is trying to push it to later in the April, if not May. Because it needs to feed the non-audited government organizations that are run from this room. Estimated value, $19.68. That's just as scientific as the climate nonsense that you purport and spend hundreds of millions of dollars of the taxpayers of Colorado on every year. Raping the citizens of Colorado, raping the ecology of Colorado. For nothing. So the only thing left that you could possibly fee would be a penny found on the ground. Because a penny in and of itself is not even worth a penny. It's mostly zinc, it's not copper. If it was copper, it'd be worth more. It's not important right now. Why is it not worth more? That's important because of government spending. Government spending has reduced the value of a penny from like a day's wage to zero. And yet, the General Assembly in this room cannot figure out how to leave more money in the pockets of the citizens of Colorado. All it can do is try to attack the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, to undermine it, to get rid of it. Because the only thing that it can do, the only thing that the big brains in this room can think of in the majority party is how to get rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. That's it. How to get rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights, they say, is why Colorado can't have nice things. It's why the government can't have everything that it wants. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is the only reason you have money in your pocket. So, it's fitting that HB 1001. Why does this have to go to the, why does this have to go? Why does this have to go to a ballot initiative, although not stated in here, not stated what the wording of that ballot initiative would be, is because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So it is fitting in this General Assembly that the first bill out of the chute is an attack on the rights of the taxpayers of Colorado. Giddy up, Colorado, because it's coming from, we've got more bills to come. Because the bills that were going to save Colorado money, that would cut spending, that would increase the actual economic activity of this state, they were all killed yesterday. They were all killed yesterday. So I do contend that it is with all solemnity due to this General Assembly that has zero respect for the citizens of Colorado. Zero. Zero respect for the citizens of Colorado. That this is every bit, because there is nothing left to tax in the state of Colorado except the pennies that you pick up off the ground, and I couldn't think of a way to help raise revenue other than that. So I'm a solutions kind of guy. This General Assembly is a farce. It could have been solved by cutting 2% out of less than 2%. It could have been solved by undoing, by the governor vetoing all of the violations of federal spending. The governor could have just stamped veto on that, and it would have required those bills to come back to the General Assembly. So the governor wanted this. The governor wanted this travesty.
Rep. DeGraff, back to L2, please.
Well, again, ma'am, the governor can't tax anything else but the money, the pennies that you find on the ground. This General Assembly is contrived, it's manipulated, it's a rubber stamp-a-palooza of more infringements on the citizens of Colorado. I reject that there's any solemnity due to this. The citizens of Colorado deserve better. The citizens of Colorado deserve to keep some income in their pockets. They deserve to have some relief from the boot of socialism on their face, stomping on their face forever. I rest my case.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no trouble voting on such an amendment and voting no. I have no trouble having my constituents and our voters see what kind of unserious approach is being taken to the crisis that we are in. But I also have integrity to the process and the rules under which we operate. So I ask for a title ruling because this does not fit under the title of the bill.
The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The chair rules that L2 does not fit under the title of House Bill 1001. Back to the bill. Is there any further discussion? AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. First and foremost, I want to say that this is a change in tax policy, and that should go to the will of the voter. Recent polling data shows that 75% of Coloradans across all spectrums and party affiliations approve of it. We see this in some of the hardest hit counties within our districts because as they try to fight for more services, local ballot measures aren't passing. Local ballot measures aren't passing because people do not want to be taxed more. They don't. This falls under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Why are we not wanting to take this to the voter? Why not? Is it because we don't think there's enough time? Is it because we don't think it'll pass if it goes to the voter? I mean, we saw last year a whole bunch of anti-TABOR stuff come up and get bolstered, and then we're like, whoop, we better pull that off the table because people of Colorado, they like TABOR. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights. When it comes to small business, I will say I'm proud of my caucus because there are a lot of business owners and entrepreneurs in my caucus, and I think what they bring to the table is important. So I was at a town hall in my local community, and it was at the junior college, and they had representatives from all over, and actually Senator Bennett was there. And he was taking questions, and I raised my hand, and I said, Senator Bennett, do you think during the special session that there should be bipartisan ideas to fix this? The man said yes. He's running to be the next governor, and he said yes. But not one good idea from somebody that has put their own money on the line, that risk for reward, people that have actually ran businesses, not just visited them, have given ideas on how to help with this. We always hear, we need a study, let's go to experts. You've got the representative from Grand Junction who is an expert. The man is an expert, and he's well respected in this chamber. He's a very meek, mild-mannered man. When he speaks with power, but he's an expert on business. We can shake our heads and doubt it, but it's a fact. When he comes up and he speaks, he is trying to help the people of Colorado. To think that that man is being nefarious in any way that he's talking about, he is saying, I've run businesses, and I'm telling you this is what it takes. And I grew up in 2 family businesses. Y'all don't see the sleepless nights. Y'all don't see the stress. Thank you, I need another one. That is risk versus reward. They have been successful it is the fruits of their labor. This is small business. I have sat through committee and listened to the business community go, well, they're leaving and they're not coming in. There's a book called Atlas Shrugged. I don't know if you've ever read it. Probably should. Government overregulation will push business out. $500,000 to $1 million when you have the inputs. I run a business. What I put out every month, you would be shocked. That isn't even including payroll. And we're not even talking about the payroll taxes that are paid by these big businesses. $500,000 to $1 million is not a ton of money when you are running a business. And especially not in Colorado, especially in the ranching and farming business, because we've taxed diesel fuel through the roof. We've taxed and we've taxed and we've taxed, so that means the inputs go up. And my colleague from Loveland said it, then there has to be layoffs within your company. You can't improve your business or expand your business because you're being strong-armed by government. There are so many other things that we could, it is a fact that we knew that we were going to be in a deficit come next year. The representative of Grand Junction's like, we shook every pant pocket, we shook every couch cushion, there's no more money left. So to put direct blame on a federal bill is inherently false. 7,000 new full-time employees in the past 6 years. Creation of new departments in multiple offices. The Office of Saving People Money, which the lieutenant governor makes another $75,000 on top of her salary. Do you know what that $75,000 would do for the normal citizen? If they could make $75,000 on top of their salary, and as we are asking Coloradans to tighten their belt and cut their budgets, it'd be nice if she'd reach out and say, you want to know what, for the people of Colorado, I'll return that $75,000. Office of Financial Empowerment, Office of New Americans, Office of Future Work, and the Office of Climate Resiliency, which is a duplicate of the Governor's Office of Energy. I received email after email, my constituents asking me, please just come and make cuts. Come and make some cuts. I brought a bill for $2 million or $4 million. Was it much? No. But it was a cut, because I wanted to propose a cut. And like I said in committee yesterday, I don't just talk to Republicans in my district. I represent my whole district within my values, but I talk to Democrats and independents alike. They want to see cuts too. Because we're constantly saying, take one for the team. Tighten your belt a little bit more. And then we're going to run free. There was a survey to see if we were going to build a pedestrian bridge to the Capitol. In my wildest dreams, I would have never even thought to put a survey out there with the times that we're in. Look at the furniture in this building. I got a desk that goes up, down, left, right, probably types for you. Mine goes left, right. I mean, seriously. I sat on CDC and there was money allocated to remodel the governor's office. I mean, I don't see where this is even a partisan issue. But like I said, there's a lot of colleagues on this side that run businesses. They have to make payroll. They have to make a budget. Coming after these businesses by not allowing this to follow through is telling them, we value the money that you can pony up, but we don't value the community you serve. We don't value your employees. And we don't value the future of Colorado. Because one day, businesses are going to say, I've had enough, and they're already starting to do that. And there's many reasons that they're doing that. Look at downtown. They don't want their patrons mugged or shot or spit on. So, look at all the empty businesses downtown. I've sat on energy committee where they say, we want to open a chip manufacturing facility. But we're afraid to take the risk. We've driven oil and gas out of the state. We're coming after farming and ranching. Where's the money going to come from? Do we wait till we hear the boing before we actually say, uh-oh, we need to fix this? Last year, we all do it, ma'am. Last year, we said, hey, you've got your climate goals, you got your clean energy goals, but guess what? How about we unleash oil and gas a little bit and help solve this problem? Because they're a business that'll be taxed under this too. They probably won't get that exemption. There's other solutions. Whether you like it or not, there are two parties in this chamber. And whether you like it or not, there's a lot of smart individuals on this side of the aisle with some really good ideas. But there's no conversation. There's no starter. All it was is let's get power with no plan. And the people of Colorado are suffering. And then how convenient is it to take a so-called crisis and pin it on something? Well, you talk about timing and luck. But people know, and they're starting to see. I've always worked in a fashion with you all to try to fix this state, and actually Republicans have good ideas. And the way things are going, maybe you should bring us in on some of this stuff. Let's chat. And genuine conversations about a bill like this that talks about tax. Genuine conversations, not just hearing but listening. They could probably offer some great advice. They could probably offer to help fix a lot of problems. This is falling on deaf ears too. I urge a no vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a call for serious conversation. That generally takes people to be present, but we'll work with what we've got.
To the bill, Representative Richardson.
Okay, to the bill itself. We do have a hole in the budget to fill, regardless of the reasons. That hole's somewhere north of $750 million. On the display up here, these bills and a couple below don't like the solutions they provide, don't like the solution this one provides, but all combined, they bring in perhaps a net of $250 million. $250 million against $750 million is not a serious effort. It's a one-sided effort. Our side brought ideas. They were all rejected yesterday. That might have gotten us closer. You may not have liked those ideas. I dare say we don't like yours. But we are here pursuant to Executive Order 2025009. There's a couple of pieces of that that really need to be looked at. Towards the bottom of the first page, the second paragraph from the end, the last line, the governor identifies in his order that Colorado uses federal taxable income and a characteristic known as rolling conformity, which means that federal tax changes are automatically adopted into the state's tax code. That's the status quo. That is our state policy, and that is as articulated by our governor. I posit that he actually understands how tax policy works in the state. He is the governor. He's been the governor for 7 years of decline, but he should know how taxes work in this state. So I accept that's the status quo. That is what we do. And then on the top of the second page, he calls for us to bring solutions. He states, I'm calling this extraordinary session to ask the Colorado General Assembly, that's those of us in this room and those that are wandering the halls or doing something else at the moment, to take immediate and needed TABOR compliant action. He called specifically for actions that are compliant with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Now, I got up earlier and several others have talked to the fact that we do not believe that the solution presented is TABOR compliant. We all swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of this state, not to push the ideology of our party, but to uphold the Constitution of this state. The Constitution of this state, under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, voted in by the people, states very clearly that when there is a tax policy change that increases revenue to the state, that needs to go to the people. This bill is not TABOR compliant and therefore not compliant with the call for this special session. So with that, I'd just like to divert back again to the fiscal note. So if anybody is curious, you know, we're trying to plug a gap in the budget that requires either cuts, which we're not allowed to do, or increases in revenue. This bill projects in this year to bring in additional revenue of $49.9 million, $95.5 million next year, and over $100 million in the next as permanent change to our tax policy. This should go to the people. This is not TABOR compliant. It does not fit under the call for this extraordinary session, and it should be challenged in court if this passes. And therefore, I would like to add an amendment. I would like to, and I do move L003 to House Bill 1001 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us a minute to get that displayed.
Excuse me, it was a rusty motion. It's been a few months.
We'll allow it this time, Representative.
But
that is displayed to the amendment.
thank you. It's a very simple amendment. Should be able to read it pretty quick. It's a non-severability amendment. We moved this type of amendment several times during the last year when we repeatedly warned that we were setting ourselves up for a withholding of federal dollars. It simply states that if any part of this bill, if enacted, is reversed by the courts, then the entire act would be declared null and void. Pretty simple. If you're confident that what's been presented today is going to withstand legal challenges, then there shouldn't be any reason in accepting this amendment. If you're not confident, I can understand why you wouldn't, but that's not going to change ruling by the courts. So I would ask for a yes vote on this. It's the right thing to do. Been hearing several times, quite a bit actually lately, that TABOR's why we can't have nice things, but the Taxpayer Bill of Rights in itself is a nice thing. I don't like it when people dip into my pockets without asking. It's a nice thing that we should. So anyway, I urge a yes vote.
Representative Sir Baron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also come up here in support of this amendment, just like we tried to do this last session with amendments on legislation that was going to affect federal funding. That if federal funding stopped coming, the bill would be null and void. If we didn't pass those amendments, and now we're in this situation. So let's revisit that, see what happened, and now let's start to make a little bit more sense into what we're doing here. So if you're so confident, like you were so confident in last session, in voting down our amendments that would null and void those bills if it affected federal funding, let's try to do this with this one as well. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. Severability is a presumption that that we have in our law, and I'm not interested in an amendment to undo that. Though there's nothing to sever in the bill. It's very short and very direct and specific. So I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before. The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L003, please stand, remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L003 is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1001? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back to special session.
Welcome back.
To you and everyone else. These are new mics. Interesting. Sorry. Well, we have been discussing, for all intents and purposes, a one-paragraph bill for over 2 hours, I believe. And really, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words, so to speak, 2 words and a date, that is struck from current law. And some folks who are listening in maybe came in a little bit late to this conversation or may have pulled this bill and said, what is going on? It is those folks at home that I am wanting to chat with more than the few here in the room who, even on my own side, aren't listening. So here's where I think we are. There is currently in law a requirement that certain people who file their taxes pay a certain amount. That's current law. That amount would be set to be reduced if this bill doesn't go into effect next year, right? So here's what happened, as I understand it. I asked the bill sponsor to correct any of the things that perhaps I'm getting wrong, but the federal government, a number of years ago, handful of years ago, decided that certain corporations, big scary word in our media realm, right? We make it into this big, ooh, mean corporations. We'll get back to that in a second. That certain corporations, certain entities, certain what we call pass-through entities, would not have to have the same tax liability vis-a-vis the person who pays that tax. Again, we'll get back to that. And Colorado in 2020 said, actually, we want to tax more than the federal government is planning to tax. And so in 2020, Colorado passed a law that said we are going to tax more than what the federal government is wanting to tax these individuals. And we want to do that for a couple of years. And then they came back and they said, no, we actually want to tax them for a couple more years at this rate. And now this bill says, actually, scratch all of that. We want to continue to tax them forever, indefinitely. We don't want to stop this ability to tax this particular class of people in this way because we think that it's only fair that they contribute more than the federal government would have them to contribute. And so the conversation is that actually a good policy moving forward? Now, When we talk about corporations, oftentimes people in their minds have C corporations in their head, right? You're thinking Walmart and Target or other big enterprises that produce millions, billions, trillions, whatever it is in profits. That's not who's covered by this. Different entities, not all, I'm not giving an extensive list, but things like sole proprietorships and S corporations. Now, for those of us who either don't like corporations law or who didn't go through any sort of business law class, those definitions may be uncertain in your mind. But basically what ends up happening is a business that is, let's say, an S corp, let's say they make $500,000 worth of profit. Or let's say, actually for better use, they make $1 million worth of profit in a year. Now that seems like a lot, but we'll get into whether that is actually a lot or not in a bit. They make $1 million worth of profit. And let's say Joe owns 60% of that particular S corp. He has to report on his taxes as if he brought in $600,000 because he owns 60% of this S corp, which puts him in the discussion that we're having today because it's above $500,000, assuming Joe is a bachelor and files singly. So he would have to say, yes, I am actually, I own, so to speak, this $600,000. And Colorado says, okay, because you are in this higher bracket, we assume that you are making bank and that you could pay more into, quote unquote, the collective good and make everybody's life a little better because you have more margin. What this doesn't recognize is often the realities of people like Joe who are starting businesses and don't really have much margin in their business. And actually, while on paper they might have made income of $600,000, they left, let's say, $550,000 of those dollars in the S Corp's bank accounts for the purpose of continuing to grow that corporation. They might have taken $50,000 to pay their tax liability or to pay off personal donors or lenders who have helped them to get started or helped them to continue, but all the remaining of those dollars often stay, especially when you're talking about this small of a business, in business accounts because they want the business to profit. And they want that business to profit in such a way that they are able to then grow that business bigger and bigger. So the question is it a good idea for Colorado to continue to tax in this way those types of entities? Well, I think, we should look at some data and see. So Colorado, compared to surrounding states, is not doing as well economically. For instance, according to the latest employment data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, each of the 7 states bordering Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, saw employment growth last year. Colorado, they're smack dab in the middle, saw employment decrease. What's the difference? What is driving that? We should ask ourselves those questions. How about over the last 2 years? Let's look. Did you know that national employment rose by 2%? The average, right, of everybody rose by 2%. But Colorado only increased 0.6% in that time. Compare that to Texas, that increased 5.6%. Let's see. There are many more stats here, but we have to ask ourselves, is what we are doing and the decisions we're making and the policies we're embracing benefiting Colorado? Is it doing more of the behavior we would desire, or is it doing less? Is the climate we have created in our policies actually encouraging business, or is it discouraging business? we also, I think, have to ask a more fundamental question as to whether we want business here at all. Do we envision a state that is thriving with business opportunities? When we think about a whole state, a great state alive with flourishing in all these ways, do we think of a state that has lots of businesses or very few businesses? For me, I will say, I think of a state that has lots of businesses. This interim, have aspirations of, and haven't gotten there yet on my to-do list, lots of other things going on, like this special session, but I have aspirations of playing around with ice cream recipes, because I very much want to start an ice cream store. I have a dear friend who has started a soap business here in Colorado. Great soap. Anyone looking for some soap, I'll get you connected. But he's starting out with his own money. And he and his wife are doing all sorts of things, working all sorts of different ways, jobs, etc., in order to keep the soap business open so that they can really start getting traction. Because I don't know if you know, but while we have things like Amazon and all this globalization, it's still hard to sell new products that aren't well established. It still takes time to build credibility with customers. It still is a challenge. And so in that time between when you have the idea, when you start the idea, when you go through all of the different regulations that tend to take a year, it seems these days, to get yourself through, to make sure everything is good to go and you got your sales tax license and all of the things, and you start to sell, that all takes money. You don't just stop needing to pay your rent because you're starting a new business. You still have to cover all of those costs. And then, when you finally reach a point where you're making $500,000, which is about the time when really you could either take off and go into a place of true stability or probably die because you don't have enough to get to that next threshold, the state of Colorado says, actually, we want some more of that. Now, reasonable actors, looking at this piece, as well as the myriad of other business regulations that we have, might say, actually, we don't want to set up business in Colorado. We're not actually, right now, my friend is using a very small rented space to make soap in very small quantities. But the amount of restrictions and burden that Colorado places on manufacturers setting up shop here is so high that likely once he gets to that threshold of needing something more substantial, he's moving out of Colorado, taking his business and his family and all of the things that they do to contribute to their community, helping pregnant women who are homeless to find homes, like all of the things, wonderful things they do, that's all leaving Colorado and going probably to one of these surrounding states, like Wyoming or Montana, that's just as beautiful. And that offers the ability for them to grow this business and grow a legacy for their family. When we talk about these kinds of bills, we often talk as like, oh, well, of course, they can pay more. They got $500,000. But it belies or betrays a lack of understanding of what that actually means. It's not as if these folks are often bringing home and putting into their bank account $500,000. They might not be taking any of those dollars. They might be taking a bare minimum salary just to survive as a family and putting everything else back into the business because they have a dream that it will actually produce in a solid way, not only for them, for those people who have faces, who have families, who have medical needs, and who have, stories of their own, but also for all of the people who work with them, all of the employees that work with them. And each one of those people that we lose, not only contributes to the statistics that I previously read about the fact that we're not growing in our employment, we're not growing our economy, but those statistics mean something in terms of our lives. Because I like his soap. I think it's great soap. And if he wasn't able to produce that soap, or someone else wasn't able to sell those rare books, or make that really cool restaurant, right? Then all of our lives in quality diminish because we don't have the opportunity to experience and enjoy the fullness of what everyone else in our society has to offer. This is billed as taxing the rich, those big, bad, rich people. And I'm not saying $500,000 is inconsequential. I'm just saying, don't get in your mind that these people are actually putting that in their pockets. Especially knowing all of the different liabilities that come out of this building year after year after year after year. Now, regardless of how you feel about what's going on at the federal level, there is a conversation about tariffs and a desire to bring certain business back to the United States. There are incentives being offered for that purpose. Should Colorado desire to have policies that encourage people to set up shop here? Because if we have that, then our population grows and our revenue grows and all of these TABOR conversations shift. But if those folks set up business in Nebraska because it's more friendly to them, and we lose that, and we lose the people who look at that and say, it's cheaper to live, I can get a good job, I'm still only a few hours from the mountains, I'll take it. Then we have longer-term problems. We don't just have a budget crisis for this fiscal year, we have longer-term problems because we are losing our tax base. We're not building into that. I know someone got gabbled down before about talking about it, but it is important. It's the same kind of short-sightedness we have when we talk about averted births. We don't have a population, we don't have all of the things we need in order to sustain our way of life. Demographic winter, real thing. So can this solve this problem? I don't know. I mean, this fiscal note contemplates less than $100 million in 25-26, way less. We're looking at over $1 billion of deficit. Is the idea of driving out more people, whether physically driving them out because they say, hey, I want to do this soap business, and I'm going to find a better place to do it, or keeping people like myself from wanting to start the business at all because of the various costs that have been attached, this being one of thousands, I dare say. Is that really the kind of climate we want to create? And what's curious about this for me is when you drive out those pass-through entities, the entities where the business is incorporated such that the individual has to pay the taxes, when you drive out those groups, you know what you're left with? You're left with the big, bad C corporations. That's what you're left with. You're left with all the ones that we look to and say, those billionaire, trillionaire bad guys who are ruining us. Am I the only one that finds that odd? No, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. You know, the governor called this special session, And I, in some ways, don't fault the bill sponsor because he so narrowed the framing that really the conversation is limited to what he desires to see happen. He's legislating through this order, and I object to that. But we as the legislature still have to push, at least in this chamber, because we're the cool chamber and we get buttons to push, a green or red button. We don't have to do what he's asked us to do in this way, the way he's asked us to do it. We have a sovereignty. We have an autonomy and authority of our own to say, hey, this isn't actually going to solve the problem. We do have the right to say no, thanks, but no thanks. We came in, we talked about what you wanted us to talk about, it ain't gonna work, we're headed back home. And we could actually, as our own body, call for our own special session that opens the door for us to have real and genuine conversations that are comprehensive and holistic and actually address the needs of the people. We could do that. We have been on a bad course for a number of years. There is a saying, let's not throw good money after bad. At some point, you have to stop and pause and say, is what we're doing actually going to get us where we want to go? And I dare say, we are on the edge of a cliff and we are about to fall over. We really should stop at minimum and preferably turn around and go the other way and incentivize people to pursue those dreams that they have, to make their ice cream recipes, to create their soap concoctions, and to add value to the quality of our lives and to the quantity in our bank accounts. This bill doesn't do that. It doesn't do that at all. It definitely doesn't conform with the Colorado I desire to see. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be relatively brief. There are folks watching on the Colorado channel. I did get a text from one of my constituents that just wanted to share with you. It says, somewhere along the line, we stopped celebrating progress and admiring entrepreneurs. I hope Colorado can regain that part of the American spirit. And I do hope that is true. For the previous speaker, when you get your business off the ground, I'd love to apply for a position, just maybe junior intern, ice cream taster. That would be great. She's not listening, that's fine. No, but in seriousness, if my tally's correct, we've had about 8 or 9 folks stand here and question whether this bill actually is compliant with our Constitution, specifically the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And maybe I came at this backwards and should have started at the beginning, but I would like the sponsor to explain how this is compliant with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I think it would be very useful to know and what the defense is, and it will certainly aid the courts when this inevitably winds up in front of a judge and he can look at the record and understand how it came to be that there was a belief that somehow changing tax policy to raise what looks like in the full years $100 million of additional revenue actually fits within the dictates of our Constitution and did not somehow go to the people for a vote. So that explanation would be absolutely welcomed, but it will not change my vote because we should be cutting, we should not be raising revenue.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand before you today as a proud Coloradan, as a man who still believes the government ought to work for the people and not the other way around. Today we are watching something that should shake everybody to the core. They're asking you to pay for the rope they're fixing to hang you with. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is the last line of defense that's standing between the people of Colorado and this out-of-control government. It says loud and clear, you don't get to take more without asking. Time and time again, the people have stood up to protect it. In 2008, they tried with Amendment 59. The people said no. In 2011, they dragged up through the courts. The people held strong. In 2019, they pushed Proposition CC. Once again, the people said, not today. 3 times they tried, 3 times they failed. Because the people know once you give up the right to say no, you give up everything. Because here we are again, same attack, same arrogance, only now they want you to fund it yourselves. It's not just wrong, it's betrayal. And let's be real clear. This budget crisis we're in today wasn't caused by taxpayer Bill of Rights. It was caused by the people. It wasn't caused by the people. It wasn't caused by failed leadership. They declared war on oil and gas, the very industry that kept this state strong and free. They regulated it, they taxed it, they strangled it to death. And when the rig shut down and the jobs disappear, so did the revenue. They didn't just destroy an industry, they crippled the backbone of Colorado's economy.
To the bill, Representative Sukla.
And now, standing in the ruins they created, they have the nerve to come after the very people they failed and tear down the last protection we have left. Friends, this ain't just about taxes, it's about control. They've already came after your Second Amendment rights with bills, Senate Bills 25003. Now they're coming after your money, after your voice, after your freedoms. And I'm telling you now, the people I know back home, they aren't just fed up, they're about ready to stand up. You keep pushing, you keep stripping away their rights, and you're going to wake up a sleeping giant you ain't ready for. Colorado used to be a beacon of freedom, and now, thanks to this kind of leadership, we're looking more like California every single day. Tabor is the last breath of freedom. You tear it down, there won't be anything left to hold them back. The Founding Father warned us, a republic, if you keep it. Well, I can tell you plain, we are hanging on by our fingertips. I didn't come here to make friends. I came here to stand for the people who still believe in Colorado, and I came here to fight for the taxpayers' Bill of Rights, and now for the Constitution and for the rights of every Coloradan to live free, because if we don't, we're not just erasing history, but we're doing this to our grandchildren, our children. We're going to let it slip away. Stand up now or lose it forever. No on this bill. Protect the taxpayer Bill of Rights and the people and keep more money in their pockets. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think it should be obvious to the citizens of Colorado, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, the turnips of Colorado, that the Democrat Party is coming for you. Your back is against the wall. They're not just coming after big businesses, they're coming after all the businesses. Only the businesses that sell things, though. Now, when the outcome is obvious, the intent is inferred. And the outcome is obvious here is that this bill, as so well put by my colleague, that this bill attacks the small business. When you're talking about $1 million in revenue, you talk to an actual business owner. I mean, you could do that. They exist in Colorado. I mean, they still exist. $1 million passing through their business does not equate to a big deal for them. It's just passing through. So what this bill does, instead of allowing the relief, because the relief is already there, the relief that every citizen in Colorado has told me they're looking for relief on their taxes. Now, when you take away this 20%, what happens to the prices that they have to charge? They have to charge higher prices in order to stay in business to afford the property tax that have quadrupled. They can't just absorb the 20%. This is a tariff on the small businesses of Colorado, imposed by the Democrat Party of Colorado. So don't say that tariffs are bad when you impose them on the businesses of Colorado. when you impose higher loads on the citizens, the businesses, the backbone of our economy, on Colorado. The rich don't pay taxes, they pay politicians, and the politicians they pay are the politicians that deliver. And the politicians that deliver are in this room. Because all you need to pass in this room, pass a bill in this room, is that it increases taxes, decreases liberty. And the only thing that it requires is it has a piece of emotional bait on it for which the emotive will gobble it all the way up to the sinker, swallow it, and be trapped on it. It just needs a little emotion, and the emotion here, instead of having just a policy and straighten it out what it is, it turns it into a thing of class envy. Now, that's just a socialist thing of always saying, oh, somebody else had, because envy and greed are the root characteristics of the Socialist Party. Envy and greed. Always envy and greed. And it is a socialist party.
To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
I think we're still talking about the compelled labor bill.
We are talking
001, is that true?
That is correct. To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
We are talking about the compelled labor. I thought maybe we changed because I'm clearly talking about the compelled labor bill, 1001. The rich don't pay taxes, they pay politicians, and they pay politicians for bills like this. They pay politicians for bills like this in order to undercut any upcoming upstart competition. That's why they pay the Democrat Party to pass bills like this.
Representative DeGraff, I would like to urge you back to House Bill 1001. I have been very lenient and given a lot of latitude in today's discussion since I've been chair. I would like to focus back on this policy at this time. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, the reasons businesses, large corporations invest in politicians to pass bills like this is to advantage themselves. And all they have to do is put a little emotional bait on it. That's all I'm saying. This is a bill for the advantage of large corporations. 20% imbalance. The market will balance that. You can't live in this dream world of saying that we're just going to take this balance away. Because what you're saying is that, hey, if you're going to increase the cost to all these businesses, they're going to increase their prices. So Colorado, when they tell you and they say, hey, we're going to tax the rich, what they're doing is they're telling you that they are going to increase the cost that you pay. Now, you already pay about 30% more because they devalued your currency. Devalued your currency, 22.5% as a minimum of the inflation under Bidenomics because of an influx of 30% more imaginary money. You got a check for $750, and your dollars and your paycheck went down 22.5%, and your property cost, the property value didn't go anywhere, but your property cost went up 30%. So now you're paying 30% more with 22.5% less, and you're wondering why you can't keep up. And we have a bill yesterday that doesn't solve the problem. It just addresses it by creating more debt. Debt is government debt is inflation. So big businesses pay politicians to create bills like this with the emotional bait of greed and envy. Greed and envy. And then you pass this out of greed and envy. And then you find out that who was actually really hurt by it was the little people. Was the people that buy the businesses themselves, because they do have a difficult time in raising their cost because their costs go up. Because their costs go up. And then those costs go on to the tax-paying widgets of Colorado. So Colorado, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, they're not raising taxes on QBI. They're not keeping that in there. What they're doing is they're saying you're going to pay more. Or the other thing that can happen is these businesses leave Colorado. because you can only stomp on the face of the businesses of Colorado for so long before they say, you know what? I love the mountains. I love the clean air. But I'm allergic to having a boot on my face. The bill is wrapped in greed and envy. We're just going after the rich. We're going after the rich by increasing the prices on the poor. That's how they're going after you, to advantage the large businesses that can absorb this. What's hurting our economy? What's doing this? Undercutting the real economy, which is ag and oil. It's been a relentless attack on ag and oil. We have restaurants. Now, they would collect this QBI, as far as I know, and they would, but instead of collecting more and having an easier time because people are coming to it, restaurants are closing, 22.5, those are jobs. Hundreds more restaurants I know are in shaker right now. That's an aviation term. That's what happens right before you stall and crash. So the people of Colorado, what this should tell you is that they are coming after every last penny. They're coming after every last penny, Colorado, because until you have nothing, they won't be happy. Now, if anybody grew up with fables, like Aesop's fables or that, you would recognize the story of the golden goose. And you have the golden goose, and that golden goose produces golden eggs. And those golden eggs, the farmer, who's representative of the politicians that cannot get enough, the farmer decides one day that he does not have enough and he wants more golden eggs. Could have golden eggs for the rest of his life, but he wants more now. So what does he do? What does the politician do? What does the unsatiable politician do? Cuts off the head of the golden goose because he figures he can reach inside and grab all the golden eggs at one time. And he finds nothing. So the tale of the golden goose, and you should read it to your children, is not about barn animals. I guess I've already given away. It's about politics. It's about human nature, and it's about greed. This bill is about choking the golden goose. One more squeeze, one more cut. And the reason those tales are archetypal is because they have a predictable outcome throughout history. Colorado, this General Assembly, assembled to be able to put things on the ballot, to change and take away your taxpayer Bill of Rights, is about cutting off your head and taking away, getting access to every last bit of gold. So we're going to stay here. There was some promise about being able to go to the Pueblo State Fair, which would be great, but only if the Republicans would not talk and not fight against the inevitable rubber stamp-a-palooza of these bills that are going through the bill mill to suck every last penny out of the citizens of Colorado. So as much as I love a good fair, I love the citizens of Colorado even more. And the taxpayer Bill of Rights is the only thing left between them and an insatiable government. So I'll stay here. So will my colleagues. God bless America. God bless Colorado. Knock this stuff off.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. I will say this as the chair. We more than welcome debate. That is our purpose here. We do have a rule to not impugn motives. The chair will not tolerate in the future suggestions that anybody in this room, regardless of their affiliation, is paid to do anything. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to come up here again to speak on this as a business owner and as a general manager of a pretty big corporation. I just wanted to make sure I double check my numbers before I came back up here to speak on this. As you know, I am the general manager for my father's oil and gas industry services company. And this bill is wanting to take away a tax break to companies that make over $1 million. My father's company profits about 2.5 million a year, but it's not 2.5 that goes into our pockets. Now, let me give you some numbers here. I do payroll for my father's company. I pay $23,000 in payroll tax each week. Each week divided between state and federal taxes. Our property tax is $13,000 for 1.5 acres of our shop and our storage area for our trucks and backhoes and heavy equipment and whatever else we need in our storage area. Not to mention the family tax that we get taxed every month as well. Actually, it's every quarter. DOT inspections, not to mention the payroll itself. Let's see, what else can I add on to that? Insurance. We have to maintain a $5 million umbrella insurance, general liability for our company, which is not cheap. Insure our heavy equipment, which is also not cheap. Insure 13 dump trucks, 8 roustabout trucks, which is a half-ton, well, actually they're 1-ton trucks, 3 half-ton trucks, light, electricity, gas for our shop, not to mention our oxygen tanks, our acetylene tanks for our welders. So all of that is expenses that come out of the $2.5 million we make a year. So that basically brings it down to maybe we make a profit of around $500,000, but yet we are still going to be taking away our incentive tax because we make over $1 million. To put that into perspective, we're actually not making over $1 million. It just shows that we're making over $1 million. It doesn't show what we have to expend, what we have to spend on, and what we have to maintain. I didn't even mention the maintenance on these dump trucks, on these 1-ton trucks, on these heavy equipment. Luckily, we have our in-house mechanic, our in-house welders, but we still have to pay them payroll, which adds on to our payroll tax of $23,000 a week. That's a week. Now, the cost of doing business also equates to we have to wait when we do a job for one of these big oil companies. We invoice it, takes maybe 1.5 days to invoice that invoice. Then we send it out to the big oil companies. They receive it, they process it, it takes another 2 days to process, so now we lost almost 4 days of processing. After the process is complete, now we have to wait 30 days for that invoice to be paid. So we do a job one day, we have to wait 34 days to get paid on that job, but yet we pay our employees every week. So those are a lot of expenses coming out of the company at one time. Also, we have to pay electricity bill, we have to pay the gas bill every month. So we're not getting that money the day of the job that we get done. You have to wait 30 days. So obviously we have to have good capital to maintain the company running, but that also shows for the $2.5 million we gain. So this bill is actually hurting us because now we're not getting that tax incentive, and now our bottom line is going to be less. We're still going to show we're making $2.5 million, but now our bottom line is going to be much less, which is going to make me think twice about hiring more people, make me think twice about expanding the company, about buying new equipment. And obviously in this industry, and not just in my industry, there's plenty of other industries that have the same issue. Equipment maintenance and the equipment being working correctly is very important for public safety and our employee safety. So when our bottom line gets hurt, our public safety and our employee safety also hurts because it makes us think twice about spending more money. So I'm glad that I double-checked my numbers and came up here because for all of you to listen to the expenses that come out of a company that make over that threshold that this bill is suggesting is actually something good for somebody that doesn't hasn't been in business, hasn't done any business expenses. I still urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee yesterday, we had a bill, it was a fix-it bill. And, and it was against the dreaded Senate Bill 24205 and its effect on businesses across Colorado. Its devastating effect on Colorado. It was a fix-it bill, though. And it was brought to us by Rep. Lindstedt and Rep. Carter, and I appreciate them for doing that. I want to thank them for doing that because they saw something that needed to be fixed. It was a good solution.
Representative Kelty.
Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Thank you. We are limited to debate on the bill before us. Even if you do want to acknowledge, please stick to this bill.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, that was my very next sentence. The shame is a bill like this that we have today, I see is going to be another fix-it bill in the future. A bill that is going to devastate, again, businesses in Colorado, which seem to be the target time and time again with this legislation. I see nothing different with this bill. It'll have the same effect. No one understands a business like a business owner, the blood, sweat, and tears that go into having a business from the beginning and sometimes sadly to the end, which I'm afraid this bill, by taking needed deductions from our businesses, big or small in Colorado, will do. It will end a lot of businesses in Colorado, which then, in effect, takes money again from tax money out of the coffers of Colorado. So you're going to have the exact opposite effect of what you're trying to do. I understand the budget is worked up. There's no question about that. It's been worked up for years. But by not allowing bills from the Republicans to go through, for us to actually help you, you're just continuing the destruction of our great state. The backbone of Colorado are our businesses. Again, big or small, it doesn't matter. The people of Colorado obviously depend on these businesses because that's where their jobs come from, that's where their income comes from, that's how they take care of their families. So you affect the business, you're going to affect the workers. You killed 99% of good Republican bills yesterday for bills like this one. It makes no sense. This bill is literally attacking businesses, especially small, and their very survival. It's attacking jobs by attacking the businesses. It's attacking the workers by attacking the jobs, by attacking the businesses. And it's basically attacking all the people in Colorado and their ability to take care of their families. This bill is not going to have the effect that you want it to have. Other bills that we proposed yesterday would have had a great effect, a good effect. Not this one. The budget needs fixed. But for the love of God, not on the backs of already struggling businesses in Colorado. They're already leaving us. We want to maintain, want to keep them here, and this is not going to do it. I ask you to stop hurting Colorado. We need to help it. God bless my Colorado. Please vote no on this, and let's do other legislation. Let's look over other legislation that actually will help Colorado. This one is not going to do it, and I'm asking for your no vote. I will be a no.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1001? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1001, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. House Bill 1001 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
did call me, right? Madam Chair, I move to rise, report progress, and beg to leave to sit again. At, what time is it?
There's no objection to the motion to rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again at
No, 12:30.
at 12:30.
Thank you.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has risen, reports progress, and begs leave to sit again at 12:30 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Amabile and Coleman, also Representatives McCluskey and Sirota, concerning the processes for the governor to reduce spending when the state is unable to meet its fiscal obligations and in connection therewith, requiring the government to present spending reduction plans to the Joint Budget Committee and receiving advice from the Joint Budget Committee.
Senate Bill 1 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Bridges and Doherty, also Representatives Bacon and Wilford, concerning state-only funding for entities that are prohibited from receiving reimbursement from the federal centers for Medicaid and Medicare services due to the entity providing certain reproductive health care services.
Senate Bill 2 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 3 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Wallace, also Representatives Garcia and Stewart Kay, concerning supporting access to healthy food for Coloradans and in connection therewith, amending the ballot issue language for a measure on the November 2025 ballot and modifying the permissible uses of the Healthy School Meals for All Cash Fund.
Senate Bill 3 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 5 by Senators Roberts and Catlin, also Representatives Lukens and Martinez, concerning a reallocation of funding from the Division of Parks and Wildlife for the reintroduction of gray wolves to the Colorado Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise and in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation.
Senate Bill 5 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. I have an announcement. Representative R. Stewart will substitute for Representative McCormick on Health and Human Services for today only. And for today only, Representative Hartsook will replace the vacancy in Health and Human Services. For today only, Representative Gonzalez will replace Minority Leader Puglisi in Appropriations. The House will stand in a brief recess until 12:30. The House will come back to order. One more announcement, members. For today only, Representative DeGraff will replace Representative Garcia Sander in Health and Human Services. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Thank you. Members, seeing no objection to the motion, AML Bacon will take the chair.
You guys ready? Yeah. Okay. The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen, on iLegislate, and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. We also will be sure to focus our debate on the question at hand. That will be the bills before us. And with that, I will recognize which member, and Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1002.
House Bill 1002 by Representatives Zokai and Marshall, also Senator Ball, concerning corporate income taxation related to foreign jurisdictions.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1002.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I do want to begin by talking about why this bill is necessary for the financial security of Coloradans. Republicans in Washington created the largest corporate tax giveaway in modern history, slashing Medicaid, cutting food assistance, and padding the pockets of billionaires while leaving states like ours to clean up the mess. We unfortunately cannot stop them from giving away federal tax breaks, but we can take action to make sure Colorado does not import those giveaways into our own tax code. When Republicans passed H.R. 1, it blew a $1 billion hole in our budget. But with such an abstractly large dollar amount, it can be easy to lose sight of the human cost of this crisis. H.R. 1 means that 377,000 people in our state could lose Medicaid coverage once work requirements and eligibility requirements kick in. That's more than 1 out of every 20 Coloradans who will have insurance suddenly ripped away from them. More than 1/3 of a million people, our friends, family, and neighbors, won't be able to cover their medical expenses. That financial insecurity will prompt many Coloradans to avoid treatment, which means many more within our state get sick, and many of them will die. This is not hyperbole. I am introducing House Bill 1002 along with my wonderful co-prime here, because addressing our state's budget crisis isn't about solving a math equation. For so many Coloradans, this is a matter of life and death. At the same time that we are here desperately searching for funds to protect our neighbors, the ultra-rich are concealing millions of dollars in foreign tax havens. Republicans gave multinational corporations more ways to avoid paying what they owe. So House Bill 1002 responds directly to that crisis. It is closing corporate tax loopholes to make sure corporations pay their fair share to the state of Colorado. And it does that in two ways. First, it decouples Colorado from the federal foreign-derived intangible income deduction, or FDII. This federal provision allows multinational corporations to claim a special tax break on income from foreign sales tied to intangible assets like patents and trademarks. By adding FDII back into our state taxable income, this bill ensures that corporations don't get an unnecessary state-level windfall that does not benefit our economy. Second, the bill expands Colorado's statutory list of foreign tax havens to include 5 additional jurisdictions: Hong Kong, Ireland, Liechtenstein, the Netherlands, and Singapore. These are well-documented locations where corporations shift paper profits to avoid paying taxes. And by including them in our list, we close a loophole that allows companies to artificially reduce their corporate tax liability. Taken together, these changes prevent multinational corporations from exploiting provisions that were never designed with Colorado in mind. And they protect our state revenues so that we can keep funding core services like education, healthcare, and food assistance. I ask you to join me in passing 1002 to send a clear message that we will not address this crisis on the backs of working families. We will do it by ensuring that corporations pay their fair share.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you.
So, colleagues, this is a policy bill. And it's a policy bill that's necessary, or in our view, necessary, because on May 7, when we left this chamber, we had a balanced budget. Not just a balanced budget, we had a 15% reserve, triple what historically this chamber has put forward, 15%, and a $280 million TABOR surplus. Less than 2 months later, that was shot through by $1 billion. And to say it was spendthrifts that had done it, that's spitting in the face of our nonpartisan staff to say if May 7 we left with a balanced budget with a 15% reserve and $280 million surplus, and we lost that in 7 weeks, you're really calling into question the ability of our staff to do their work, and I have great faith in their abilities. And we had no choice in the matter. Colorado has a balanced budget amendment. We can't borrow money, and in this crisis of being $1 billion in debt, the state can't float 90-day T-bills to get us over. We also have the TABOR amendment. We can't just raise revenue without a vote of the people. And our fiscal year runs July 1 to July 1. So what happened that first week of July for FY 25-26? We had a $1.2 billion hole blasted in our budget, and the reason why is because of how our tax code is structured. We use federal taxable income rather than adjusted gross income as the base income we start with in this state, which means all the federal tax credits that are given out automatically flow into our taxes. We also use rolling conformity. We don't set a date like many states do of what we will use the federal tax code for. As soon as they make changes, they automatically are adopted in our tax code. And we also are forbidden from doing retroactive tax changes. So unlike the federal government that gave a 3-year look back for depreciation for corporations to bring into this tax year, we can't come in January 1 and try and close budget gaps in 25. We're one of only 4 states, only one of 4, that uses federal taxable income and rolling conformity. And it makes it easy for our people comparatively to file taxes, both corporate and income. But the flip side is we are very susceptible to choices made at the federal level, which we did not make in this chamber. And that's what this bill is about, us making choices for Colorado, not having those choices imposed upon us by the federal government. So for the foreign-derived intangible income deduction, we didn't make that choice. We didn't make the choice that offshore accounts are able to get an effective federal tax rate of 13%. We didn't make that choice. So this is a policy choice we're making now, saying, no, Colorado does not want to see that continue to happen. And we are also adding 6 jurisdictions to the tax haven list. Places where people use and are well known to use for tax avoidance. We already have a list, and we're adding 6 of the largest ones. And as my colleague mentioned, was Hong Kong, Ireland, Liechtenstein, Netherlands, and the Singapore. But we did have a good point made to us that when we say Ireland, Northern Ireland also has extensive tax and business incentives to locate there. I think most people in the tax community know when you're talking about a tax haven, we're talking about the Republic of Ireland. But we need to be very specific when we're in tax law. So for that reason, I want to offer Amendment L001 to House Bill 1002 and ask that it be displayed. I move Amendment L001 to House Bill 1002. So this is basically just a...
Representative Marshall, that's a proper motion, and the amendment has been properly displayed. Representative Marshall.
So this is basically just a Scrivener's error to correct Ireland to the Republic of Ireland, so we know for a fact anyone who's looking there knows which jurisdiction we're talking about. We gave some further thought to Hong Kong being in there and separating it from the People's Republic of China, but when I looked at our tax code that we have now, unlike the feds, we pretty much used the normal names used for everyone, like the Netherlands rather than the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Barbados, all the general names used, and I think Hong Kong is very explicit. If we had said Northern Ireland rather than Ireland, everyone would know who we were talking about. So for consistency with the rest of the code, I think we can use this and make sure the Republic of Ireland is split out so no one gets confused if we're talking about Northern Ireland and the special benefits it gets versus Ireland. So with that, we moved to... Yeah, we asked for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L001? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L001. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L001 passes. To the bill.
Since we already discussed the bill, we'll let our colleagues speak further on it.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1002? Representative Marshall.
Yes. But as just a final note, it's very disturbing to be called spendthrifts when we had a balanced budget, a 15% reserve, and a $280 million TABOR surplus May 7. And yet we have a federal bill that puts this country into debt like a third world country, more than ever since World War II. That is where the real spendthrifts are. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to read the first sentence of the summary of this bill, and it'll give you an idea why I'm so troubled by it. It says, current law lists certain foreign jurisdictions in which a C corporation is presumptively incorporated for the purpose of avoiding state corporate income tax. Now, I don't know about you, but that first statement sets a premise that we as folks that do business in multiple countries around the world are guilty until we prove ourselves innocent. I don't think we should have laws on the books that start with multinational corporations are guilty until proven innocent. It later goes on to say the bill permits the executive director without proof from the C corporation to use his or her discretion on this very same subject. So now, if I have intellectual property, which in many cases I did have intellectual property, I am deemed guilty if I do business in some of these jurisdictions. Now, I'm not naive. Some folks may think, and my wife every once in a while accuses me when it comes to our kids of being a bit naive, and I buy that. So the original group that was on this list before January 1st, I would acknowledge in some cases these are tax havens. But I come back to the fact that we that lead multinational corporations are in fact good people. And we work our tails off. And if you don't believe that, when I stepped down from leading a multinational company, I had 300,000 miles in the bank with one airline from all the travel that I had to do. 300,000 miles. Ken's probably got more of that, or Representative probably has more of that because he's a pilot. When we start creating bills for the 1% or 2% of corporations and leaders of corporations that deliberately try to avoid taxation and put the burden on the rest of us to prove that we're innocent as compared to realizing under normal law that we are innocent until we're proven guilty. That's how our legal system has worked for hundreds of years. And now we got a bill that we're guilty. To add to that, the countries that have been added, in my humble estimation, or the jurisdictions, because Hong Kong is no longer a country, it wasn't, it was a territory of Great Britain for years and years and years till the 1990s. Now we add, and I appreciate we now have put the Republic of Ireland, now we put Hong Kong, Ireland, Liechtenstein, which is a very, very small country, but Netherlands are countries that in many cases, particularly Hong Kong and Singapore, for the business that I was in, we would grant them the rights to our patents because it was more cost effective for them to meet the needs of those markets by producing our product. But I'm guilty. I didn't do anything wrong other than to recognize that the patent had more value if it was manufactured in those countries or in those jurisdictions, because it would cost too much to ship them into that. Thank goodness Japan is not on this list, because I did that a great deal in Japan. So I have a problem with the premise of this bill. I have a problem that we are guilty until proven innocent. And there is no guarantee, because I have no idea what the parameters are by the Department of Revenue. I have no idea what parameter they're going to use. So even if I provide proof, which takes time out of my schedule and time out of my team's schedule, there's no assurance, because there's nothing here objectively that says how this is going to be ruled upon. It just gives one person the subjective right to say yay or nay whether I'm trying to avoid taxation in Colorado. That is not business friendly. That is not the way our system should work. It should start under the premise that we are innocent as individuals, and corporations, C corporations in particular, that run our businesses legally and ethically. And I, for one, always wanted to run my business more so with a high ethical standard. Legal standards were a given in my mind. Ethical standards were something that I wanted my team to live by. This premise is wrong, and I cannot support a bill where I'm guilty until proven innocent.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's off. Hello, hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
We were going to let a few people go, but our good colleague from Grand Junction, of course, is very well versed in the business community and does make fair points. So those fair points, I think, have to be addressed immediately. When we talk guilt and innocence, that's a criminal law concept. It has no concept in just tax liability world whatsoever. The other issue is you don't know how you'll be assessed. The economic substance doctrine in tax law is a well-developed body of case law for decades. Most tax lawyers will be able to easily get through that. And the discretion we've given to the DOR is so somebody like Aer Lingus or Guinness obviously can immediately be written off and say, no, they obviously have economic substance going on in that country. But if you're only moving paper around in that jurisdiction for tax avoidance, and again, there is nothing evil about tax avoidance. Oliver Wendell Holmes was very famous for saying no man is responsible for paying a penny more of taxes than he's required to. But what we're saying is these go outside the bounds of what we should be allowing. And I just lost it, so I will have to bring it back. There we go. Just a second. As our good colleague knows too, because I read it off in the committee when we had people upset, the current Secretary of Commerce, the current one in March of this year, the US Secretary of Commerce has once again criticized Ireland, calling the country his favorite tax scam. Tax scam. We're going to try and fix a whole bunch of these tax scams. Ireland is my favorite. Howard Lutnick told the Business and Technology podcast All in One this week. He also claimed that Ireland has all the U.S. multinational pharmaceutical and technological intellectual property rights, which leaves the United States worse off, which also means it leaves Colorado worse off. They have all our IP for our great tech companies and great pharma companies. They all put it there because it's low tax and they don't pay us, they pay them. So that's got to end. And that is the current federal administration. So Colorado getting out ahead of this, I think, is the best thing we can do for a policy choice. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lots to unpack in this bill. First, I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this bill so we can have a spirited debate about some of these issues that we may disagree on. You know, I will echo some of the comments that my colleague from Grand Junction mentioned as being, you know, a very successful businessman. And I think this bill in particular picks winners and losers, and I think it hurts, disenfranchises, and discourages international business from coming here in Colorado, and it benefits our neighboring states. So I also want to kind of just correct some of the misinformation that was spoken here about the federal administration, the federal bill that brought us to this $1 billion hole. Now, our nonpartisan staff, great people who work for us, we're all a team, right? So back in June, before that bill was signed into law, the forecast for second quarter was negative $700 million. That was before the HR1 was signed into law. Before that, apparently, you know, the reason for HR1 is it caused this $1 billion hole when we were headed down this road anyway. And you can fact check me on that. That's something that our nonpartisan staff has told JBC about. And JBC members, some have expressed their concerns even before then that we were heading into a shortfall. So it's the state's mismanagement of prioritizing what we should be funding. We should be funding what I call the big three: transportation, infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, and education. But instead we're spending things on more offices, more FTEs, at the expense of K through 12, of teachers, of our roads. And so we can find money for other stuff, but not for the stuff that we claim we want to fund. So let the record show that this deficit is not because of some federal bill. Now, that bill's not perfect. It's just for the record, I have my own concerns with that bill. But in a sense, you know, it does help small businesses. It helps make the tax cuts for individuals permanent, number two. And so when we hear about we're paying the prices for federal choices, the people of Colorado are paying the price for the choices of this body when we continue to overregulate and tax people and burden them, and businesses and corporations and the like. When you also hear about tax scams, we should talk about the tax scams that this body has also given to the people in the form of what we call fees. That is a tax scam. When we try to circumvent the taxpayer's Bill of Rights, this is a revenue grab in disguise, despite claims of tax simplicity and fairness. This is nothing more than a sneaky attempt to boost state revenue during a $1.2 billion deficit special session without addressing the real issue in this state, which is excessive, uncontrollable, obsessive government spending. Granting the Department of Revenue's executive director unchecked discretion to classify incorporations as tax avoidance invites inconsistent enforcement, political favoritism, costly audits, legal battles, and chilling business innovation and growth. We are not becoming a business-friendly state with these policies. While I support small businesses, I will always prioritize small businesses, we should also keep in mind the corporations that employ people, contribute to our communities, our economies, and they really do, for the most part, most of them, you know, I won't speak for all of them, a lot of them want to do the right thing, as my colleague from Grand Junction just said. You know, when you pick winners and losers by the mistakes of the few, then basically everybody pays for it. For fair, from simplifying the tax code, this expands lists, alters federal conformity, and layers on discretionary powers, triggering more compliance reviews and audits that burden small and mid-sized businesses without meaningful fiscal gain. It also presumes tax avoidance in stable economies like Singapore or Hong Kong, punishes companies for legitimate international operations, deterring foreign investment and harming industries like aerospace and agriculture that rely on global markets. You know, we want to be a place to incentivize business here in the state, especially in the global market. You know, when it comes to we compete with the other 49 states, we should allow to foster innovation and growth with the help of some corporations. And I think this bill in particular would undermine that. You know, and I, you know, with all due respect to my colleagues, I would just have to disagree on this bill. And so I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you.
In House Bill 1002, we are discussing enormous multinational corporations that have the resources, including teams of consultants and attorneys that advise them on how to structure their business and their dealings. And many of those corporations engage in tax avoidance. And as long as we keep giving them avenues to avoid paying their fair share, they will continue to do so. It is our job to rein that in. When the Panama Papers were released almost 10 years ago, many countries agreed to open their books and increase transparency about who were using foreign countries to dodge their taxes. And many still have refused to do so. One of those countries is Hong Kong, which has been blacklisted by the European Union and is one of the top 5 most financially secretive countries on the planet. Abusive tax practices are a feature in Liechtenstein, which hosts over 55,000 offshore companies, many of which are engaged in phantom investments. Countries like these have enabled unchecked corporate greed around the globe and have empowered billionaires to hoard their wealth at a time when the risks of such wealth inequality could not be more dire. Let me remind you of the things at stake here. It is not just urban communities and districts like mine that are going to face the brunt of the impact of H.R. 1. Increases in health insurance premiums along the western slope will be more than twice the amount that Denver and Boulder will face. 6 rural hospitals are set to close as a result of H.R. 1. We have individuals that have to drive an hour to a hospital to get to a maternity ward, and that hospital may no longer be there. If that had been me when my son was born, I don't know if he would be here today. Public health researchers have estimated that H.R. 1 will kill 51,000 people every year. 51,000 loved ones taken from our communities every single year thanks to Congress's cruelty and greed. And that is why we are asking you to join us in closing corporate tax loopholes. We are asking you to join us to stop giving out tax breaks to multinational corporations for having intangible assets in the United States when they are not even in Colorado. We are asking you to join us to crack down on tax havens, to make sure that corporations can't play this shell game and pay their fair share. We're asking you to join us because there is just too much at stake for us to fail here.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a couple of pennies for good luck up here. All righty.
Pay taxes on them.
Appreciate the sponsors bringing this bill. It's probably a topic that should be discussed. Certainly, this specific piece of legislation, at least by subject area, was asked for in the call. And actually, I appreciate the sponsor acknowledging that our administration is going down in the right direction, at least in accordance with their views on what's going on in the Republic of Ireland, but I am left confused. We just heard about unchecked corporate greed and enormous corporations with armies of lawyers that are bilking Colorado out of what I can only imagine would be billions of dollars. And yet, when you read the legislative declaration, it clearly states that any revenue gain resulting from this add back is de minimis. So which is it? Are we being bilked out of substantial amounts of money that are crippling our state, or is it a de minimis amount? It does earlier say that corporations see substantial tax deductions, but again, altogether that's still de minimis to the state, according to the legislative declaration, which then goes on to say that this is about encouraging tax compliance by promoting tax simplicity, equalization, and fairness. The revenue gain from this add back is incidental to the primary purpose of encouraging tax compliance and promoting tax simplicity, equalization, and fairness. And I think we could all support that, but we're supposed to be here to fill a budget gap. So it just seems like going after large faceless corporations that are bilking us out of a de minimis amount of money might not be the best use of our time. But to the bill, I oppose it. It's much better suited for a regular session and more lengthy discussion and debate. On its face, it's being sold as simplifying tax code and cracking down on offshore tax havens. But it's more than just fairness and simplicity. It's about squeezing more out of the private sector to feed our government's appetite. It's punishing so-called faceless corporations because I guess they're not going to show up and they don't individually vote. It's just wrong. Does three main things. It forces Colorado corporations to add back the deduction for foreign-derived income starting in 2026. So it's a higher effective tax rate for companies that export products or serve customers abroad. It expands the blacklisted foreign jurisdictions to include several more, and the reason was discussed. And it tinkers with foreign dividend rules, adding another layer of complexity to already confusing system. And while this may bring great joy to a tax attorney, I don't think it does too much to the common man. But it like any bill, is about trade-offs. Policy changes are always about trade-offs. And the trade-off here appears to be competitiveness versus optics. If at the end of the day, the difference is de minimis, that's optics, but we're hurting competitiveness. While it may seem we're punishing multinationals, the real-world effect is to make Colorado less attractive as a home base for exporters, manufacturers, and mid-service firms that do business in global markets. These are precisely the kind of firms that we should be encouraging to hire and grow in our state, especially in our rural communities. The state of Colorado lags far behind the nation's average in job creation, and when you dig deeper, most of those jobs created are in the government sector, not the private sector. That's not the direction we need to be going in. And as I said, this isn't about plugging a budget gap, which is why we're all supposed to be here today, or those of us that are here in this room today. The fiscal note projects about $72 million a year in new revenue once implemented. But under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, the vast majority of that money is going to be refunded. This does not fill the gaps we're trying to fill. Earlier, we did hear a lot about the glorious day in May when we left and the budget was balanced. Anybody that's served here for more than a year or watched the state budget process for multiple years will know that every year we leave with a balanced budget and then we come back in the early part of the next year and we pass supplementals. I don't recall, and I may be wrong, but I doubt any of those supplementals have ever taken money back or disappropriated funds. We always add more funds. We're fooling ourselves if we think that we set a budget every year that's going to cover the expenses for the year to come. We know that every single year we come back and we pass supplementals to spend more. Now, the TABOR overage was about $300 million this year, and that's a good amount of money. That's not de minimis. Apparently, a quarter of that is, but I would say that $300 million is not de minimis. Several years ago, before we went on this growth of Colorado government spree, we had TABOR overages of $3.6, $3.7 billion. Had we not, as a body, as a state, grown so aggressively and unwisely, we'd be sitting on more than enough money to cover a shortfall from the federal government. But we squandered that by building programs that we can't afford without federal assistance. And then we spent most of the spring trying to stick an eye in the face, in the eye of our federal government and taunting them to not give us money. And that was not the best course, I don't think. But anyway, at the end of the day with this bill, we end up with more red tape, more audits, more government discretion, but no actual help to the general fund. This is apparently got a political intention, but I'm not seeing any practical results. Taxpayer Bill of Rights itself remains an issue. The bill tries to pre-write its own defense by declaring that all the new revenue coming in is de minimis. But again, we're talking about $75 million, and I don't think there's anybody in this room that would look at that amount of money and think it's de minimis. We're looking at bills that only bring in an extra 25 million here, maybe 100 if we're lucky, and we're working really hard to do that. So 75 million, to say that's de minimis, is to say that pretty much any bill we're looking at today is a waste of time because we're just not doing anything substantial. But this is a clear policy change. It was noted by the sponsor that this is a change in policy. And it does increase the tax burden on Colorado employers. It does bring in an amount of money that, while the bill claims to defend itself by saying de minimis, really isn't. It should be going to the people just like the last one. But if we don't do that, it'll be challenged. But we also need to think about what we're authorizing. My good colleague from Grand Junction did bring up the fact that the Department of Revenue, a single person's given sweeping discretion to decide whether an affiliate is trying to bilk the state of Colorado out of this de minimis amount or they're actually doing good things. But that's not simplification. It's an open invitation to arbitrary decision making. Our businesses crave predictability, stability. They want to know what the operating environment is if they're going to make any further investment in Colorado. And this bill gives them nothing of that. It gives litigation risk, uncertainty, and certainly higher compliance costs. At the end of the day, this is largely symbolic. It doesn't fix the budget. It doesn't make the tax code simpler. It doesn't help Colorado compete. And that's the only way we're going to grow out of this budget problem. We're not going to tax fee or fine ourselves into prosperity. It does create uncertainty, drive up compliance costs, and it invites more fights under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. If we were serious about fairness, we'd start by being honest with the people. If the state wants to raise more revenue, put this question on the ballot. If the state wants to stabilize the budget, then rein in spending growth and prioritize our core functions. But let's not pretend that this is an answer or even a partial answer. So for all of this, I do urge a no vote. We need to stand with the people that pay taxes. We need to stand with the people that create jobs, and with the principle that our government should be serving the people, should be protecting them, and be limited in a way that makes just sense, that we need to be protecting rights, not trampling over people's ability to make living. So I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This whole thing with HR1.
Representative DeGraff, 1 second. Members, it's just getting a little loud in the chamber. If we can keep it down, it would be much appreciated. Representative DeGraff.
What he's saying is it's getting loud in here, so take it off the floor. So, we keep talking about this balanced budget that we had. And I think there's a mispronunciation there because balance sounds like that it was actually in balance when in fact what we had is a bounced budget. So I think we ought to be honest with the taxpayers that this was a bounced budget from the outset. When it was signed, it was a bounced budget. Practically when we had it, when it was turned over in early June, talking about $700 million. $700 million is a pretty decent share of $1.2 billion. I think it's technically over half. I'm not a mathematical kind of guy. So I think it's over half. Somebody can check me on that. So what we had is a budget that was based on income that we hadn't had. It was based on the assumption that federal funds were coming when we were violating, flagrantly violating, intentionally violating the terms of those federal funds. And then we balanced the budget. Now what could happen is the governor could cut 2% out of every agency and just say, you know what, across the board, 2%, done. Everybody loses 2%. And then we'll see if we can do that. Nope, the government cannot, the state of Colorado cannot stomach cutting costs. The governor could also have vetoed all of those violations of federal funding that were passed so joyfully. Little dance parties held down here over violations of federal funding. Could have vetoed all of those, knowing that this would happen. Again, when the outcome is obvious, the intent is inferred. The inference here is that another special session, because the budget was bounced. It's like some inflatable fiscal funhouse that we have here. It is not real. It was bounced and it was violated before it was started. Now we're looking at this 72.2 million projected, 65.1 million. It's amazing to me that the tax experts in this room can go through and they can find money to extract out of all these little places, but cannot find a place to cut the budget, the grift and fraud that is fraught in the budget. It's full of it. The people of Colorado deserve a zero-based budget where we go through yearly, or at least regularly, and evaluate all of the stuff that has gotten tucked away in this very complex tax code, because these tax shelters live in the complexity of tax code, and complexity is what this does. Now we're not going to have, and I'm not for these places sheltering taxes or these tax shelters and all this stuff, but what makes those places tax shelters is the complexity in the tax code. Now we have word that at the federal level, they're dealing with this. And now we're going to do something on our own here that we don't know how it's going to deal with the federal side. We don't know how it's going to deal, but I'm going to touch on something my colleague from Grand Junction brought up. And that is this very troubling term right here of, well, guilty until proven innocent, and then still guilty. This bill permits the executive director, so who is this? That's the executive director. I'm guessing that's somebody in the executive branch. Without proof from the C corporation to use discretion to determine that a C corporation is not incorporated in a foreign jurisdiction for the purpose of tax avoidance. The bill adds Hong Kong, Ireland, or Republic of Ireland, Liechtenstein, all these. And what is their issue? What is the issue of what have they done? What have they done to bring all of these corporations to their shores? What have they done? You know what they did? They lowered their tax rate. That's all they did. They lowered their tax rate, and that makes businesses want to be there. So a country, this criminal organization known as the Republic of Ireland, what they've done is they've lowered their corporate tax rate. And instead of taking a lot of a little, they take a little of a lot. And that's what encourages. So we could take the lead from them, and we could say, hey, you know what? If we just lower some of these taxes, if we lower these tax rates and we encourage growth and we encourage activity, instead of cutting off the head of the golden goose, we nurture it, we feed it, we give it a good place to live. Instead of cutting off the head of the golden goose, we could keep it around for a little while. But maybe the rate of return is just a little too slow. So what the problem here is still spending. The problem here is still spending. And spendthrifts is a really apt term. It's about somebody who spends extravagantly. And that a person who spends money in an extravagant, irresponsible way. And that is just such a much better term for the government of Colorado than drunken sailor. So I like the term spendthrifts. I think drunken sailor is a little bit more apt or a little bit more colorful, but spendthrift sounds a little more diplomatic. But this was not a balanced budget. This was bounced from the onset. And what we're doing, and here's the problem with this. Without proof from the C corporation, use discretion to determine that a C corporation is not incorporated in a foreign jurisdiction for the purpose of tax avoidance. But here's the problem. Corporate personhood or judicial personality has it where it is the concept where the corporate person or the judicial personality has at least some of the rights and responsibilities enjoyed by natural persons. Now in the United States, except for some kangaroo courts in like Mesa County, people have rights. And those rights are not to be deprived of property or liberty without due process. So we're going to give some executive director. We don't even know who this executive director is. We don't know what the qualifications are. You have to vote for this bill to find out what's in it. Do we know what the second and third order effects of this bill are? We don't even know what the first order effects of this bill are. Do we have a matrix? Has there been a matrix presented here as to how this all goes together? Like why these corporations? I mean, there's hundreds of companies across the globe. Why I mean, I get it. These are the ones that the bill sponsors have determined to be the most egregious, but they're certainly not the only ones. And when you put pressure on these, they'll just, if they're incorporated in those countries for the purpose of tax evasion, what are they going to do? They're just going to move to some other place. They're not going to go, you got me. I'm going to give you all my money now. They're not going to do that. They're just going to go to some other country that's not on this list that gives them a marginal rate of return. And for everybody who's thinking, it's like, oh, here's a neat thing, $65 million worth of increased TABOR refunds. Wow, that'd be a great thing. Except when you go back to the last special session and you look at the many, many bills violating that, taking that money and then just giving it to some other organization, creating a progressive tax code according to the Marxist agenda. But that $65 million is already slated for squandering. It's not going to come in. These companies are just going to go someplace else. So this is putting some emotional meat out there, it's not even meat. Meat has substance. This is some ridiculous thing that's like printed meat that, like Bill Gates is putting together. This is no substance. This is artificial. This is disgusting. This is a pretense of understanding, of two individuals understanding the complexities of international code and treaty. And then just throwing out there that, we're going to just violate the 5th and 14th Amendments rights of these judicial personalities and corporate personhood. I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't. We violate those rights on behalf of our citizens every day. But this is just this is not unchecked corporate greed. What we're talking about is unchecked legislative greed. And this unchecked legislative greed needs to be solved by cutting spending. This doesn't even talk about the $3.5 billion or $4.5 billion worth of certificates of participation or trophies of participation or whatever you want to call them that we have floating around out there, debt that's considered non-debt. Or 20, talking about extending $20 million or 20-year loans, multi-million-dollar loans out of unclaimed property. So we're not allowed to take debt. When we're talking about debt, we're talking about a hole in the budget that's based on income that never materialized because it couldn't materialize. We're talking about this legislative body is called here together to deal with legislative greed. And instead, it's deflecting the blame and saying, oh, well, look, if we got a net of $7 million, because let's just pretend that $65 million would actually go back to the taxpayers, this would net with unknown second, third, fourth order effects, not even first order effects. We don't even know what this is going to do in the first order, other than create a precedent for the business entities in the state of Colorado that we can violate their rights by handing it over to the executive. And this is from the party that has street parties about no kings. That's an enormous amount of power to make these determinations, no kings. Hand over all this power to the governor. This body needs to rein in the unchecked legislative greed. These companies have fled the United States. They have fled Colorado because they cannot. I mean, well, yeah, they want to be profitable. They want money to spend on things that they want to spend on. And I understand that people spending money on the things that they want to spend money on, like expanding the business, is anathema to the majority party in this room. But there is plenty of places. I mean, the city of Denver, looking at diverting $55 million. We spent $24 million covering unreimbursed care. We didn't deal with the problem under that. We didn't say, hey, what's the underlying cause of $24 million worth of unreimbursed care? We're not going to deal with those. We're not going to deal with those. We're not going to deal with the rules that have put us in this position of not receiving the funds that supposedly created the $1.2 billion, even though most of those don't even take effect until 2026, 27. H.R. 1 didn't create a budget hole. It revealed one. The signing of it revealed one. What you have is a budget hole that's created by unchecked legislative greed with the convenient scapegoat of H.R. 1. So we're convened today for the General Assembly We're here today for the General Assembly to pretend that its unchecked legislative greed did not put us in this position, and then blame something that has not. And then when we look at this, we're looking at putting fees and taxes. We're like taxing these special. This is very much like the tariffs. So we're just looking at putting fees on these countries and saying, hey, whatever you have, we're just going to add to the cost of that. That's what a tariff is. And that's a horrible thing because it's going to increase the cost of products. Well, if we increase the taxation on those companies that are registered in these countries, and we don't know all of the reasons why they might be, but all we need to do is we just need to give the power to some unnamed executive to make that determination. We could have discussions in here about the bills that you passed and rewinding some of those things that said, hey, why don't we do these? Why don't we pass these things that are going to cost federal funding? We could repeal those. Are there any efforts in? I have not seen any bills that are. I mean, not on the majority side. I've not seen. I mean, other than our side, I've not seen any bills that would say, why don't we repeal those things that cost us the revenue, the federal revenue? And I'm not a big fan of federal revenue money because that's just money from the taxpayers in a different way. This just seems like an incredibly arrogant way to address international tax law by adding to the complexity of international tax law. We could simplify our taxes. We could follow Ireland's lead, and we could just gut some of our taxes, and we could be that location where everybody wants to incorporate. Everybody wants to bring their business. We could do that. It's a business model that is pretty obvious. I mean, some states do it. You can have a business incorporated in that state. There's a special room, there's a special like post office that is like every single box is its own business entity, because I don't remember what the state is, but every box is a different business. And that state rakes in money, a little bit from everybody, because what they did is they cut their taxes. We could use that business model. It's like going to the world and saying, look, here's the Constitution. We're not using it, but it made us really successful. It would make you successful. Low taxes, low government, small government. We're not interested in that. The leech has two ends. Give and give, more and more. This is just a great example of the messy web made by bureaucrats trying to manipulate and shape and contravene human nature. June forecast, second quarter, 700 million low. Lack of population growth. Look at the government growth. Citizens of Colorado, you're allowed to look at your government growth. We talked about schools. Your administrivia has grown by nearly 100% while your student body is declining. Now, a lot of that is the fault of this room in adding to the administrative burden. But we're not looking at decreasing the administrative burden. We're not looking at doing that. We just want to add fuel to the fire. The solution to bad policy is more policy, and this is it. Writing checks on anticipated income. That's just a recipe for disaster. The body wrote checks on anticipated income. That income doesn't happen, and so now they want to blame the president for things that haven't even happened yet. Enormous multinational corporations engage in tax avoidance. Of course they do. Of course they do. Enormous, greedy governments. Can't stand that. But of course these corporations engage in tax avoidance. That's why they pay so many lobbyists to get all these rules together so that they can find relief from these taxes. The solution is obvious, Colorado. You need people that understand the economy, and you need to elect people that want to allow you to keep more of your money instead of spending your money on pet projects. This General Assembly assembles generally for pet projects and grift. And it's doing an excellent job funding those, but it's not doing a good job of allowing citizens of Colorado, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, to keep any of their money. So, again, at some point, I doubt it's going to happen here. The rubber stamp of Palooza is going to pass all this nonsense. We're not going to fix the hole in the budget. The effort will be to put a few ballot initiatives to undermine the taxpayer Bill of Rights, so that when we come back in, say, October or November or later or whatever, and then there's not going to be the inconvenience of actually having to ask the citizens of Colorado if they would like to be taxed more in order to provide declining services, and in order to have increasing crime rates, and in order to have crumbling infrastructure. What citizen of Colorado would not want to give you more money for added failure? The reason the citizens of Colorado don't trust you with tax increases is because you cannot be trusted with tax increases. You should not be, the people in this room generally should not be trusted with a budget at home, let alone the state budget. I ask you a no vote on this bill. We have no idea what it does other than violate these rights. I don't know how this doesn't end up in costly lawsuits, all for the supposed possible benefit of a projected but unproven $7 million. At least I brought a reasonable proposal, the pick a penny amendment. At least that was a reasonable and an actual possible way to, but none of this, none of the bills I've seen so far, just kicking the can, pretending the pretense of a solution. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So once again, we're sitting here with another piece of legislation brought by the majority on taxes. The same party that's been in power for 7 years that does not want us at the table, has not brought us to the table, has not invited us to the table, and yet tells us join them in passing this legislation when we're never even counted in the discussions. Yet the opening statement on this legislation and from yesterday morning has been, it's the Republicans' fault. Blame the Republicans. So what is it? Is it malfeasance for the last 7 years that can't get the budget straight? Because 4 years prior to this, you had a Democrat administration in the White House. We have spent money like it's going out of style. This body has passed legislation, grown government and the budget with the executive office. It's nearly doubled. And now that the bill has come due, we are scrambling with single-party solutions that exclude the Republicans from the table, saying this is what we need to do, and saying join us in doing this because corporations are greedy. Corporations are avoiding taxes. Well, good grief. You have hammered corporations, you've hammered businesses, you've hammered families for 7 years. Of course everybody's running. What do you expect? You keep beating the daylights out of them. They didn't go into business to be a charity. They didn't go into business to give all their money to the government to spend how the government wants on its greedy little projects. They went in business for a product or a service and to provide something for that community. They employ people. They pay taxes. The very revenue base that this institution here draws on for the services that it wants to spend, it demonizes those businesses. It demonizes corporations. How does that help? And then when we're asked, join in the passage of this legislation. Join in condemning those that aren't paying their fair share. I don't know, they pay a lot of money. They pay an awful lot of money. H.R. 1 gave massive tax cuts to single filers, head of households, working class families, all kinds of people out there. But we're going to demonize here in Colorado businesses. We attack businesses, we attack public safety, we attack taxpayer Bill of Rights. We constantly in this chamber, there's always ways that are trying to bring up to skirt the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. One of the common phrases is, oh, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is why we don't have anything nice. Well, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is why people have something. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is why the citizens have their money, not the government. Because Lord knows if that didn't exist, based upon the history of the last 7 years, we'd be spending out of control. And that's all we've done, and then we hear, join us. That's kind of hypocritical. The constant attacks on Republicans and blaming us and saying we're at fault for everything when we are not in power. We haven't been in power here in over 7 years, but it is our fault. Everything's the Fed's fault. Every problem is someone else's cause. Maybe we should turn around and look at what this government has been doing here. Maybe we should start looking at the policies that have been passed here that have impacted business, impacted individuals. And this is just another example that's going to go after businesses. And businesses employ people, and those people then will suffer. Businesses have the ability to move. Businesses have the ability to change where they're at. They can close offices. That is their right. Yet for some reason, somehow, we don't seem to get that message in this chamber. We constantly find ways to attack and demonize those that are paying the revenue that we spend here. Why do we constantly attack the very entities that provide revenue and employ people? Why is our side of the caucus always blamed for everything that's going on? From the start of yesterday morning, the opening statement, it's the Republicans' fault. Every sponsor that's come up here, it's the Republicans' fault. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are not in charge. It is not our fault. And if you don't like that, look in the mirror. Vote no.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to kind of continue on with what my colleague was just getting to there. I expected this. There was a lot of messaging ahead of time that this would be the narrative, that it's Republicans' faults. And what I continue hearing from each bill sponsor that comes up here is talking about how congressional Republicans gave these evil corporations these massive tax cuts. Which corporations did get tax cuts, I'm not denying that, which I'm in favor of, because I'm in favor of tax cuts in general. But I just kind of wanted to go through a lot of the tax cuts that, for some reason, keep getting left out. So, number one, the 2017 Trump tax cuts makes them permanent. So I want to thank the congressional Republicans for that. Increases the standard deduction by $750 for single and head of household filers, which is you and I, if you're not tracking. So thank you to the congressional Republicans for that. No tax on tips. Now, I don't think evil corporations are working for tips. I think your service workers are working for tips. And so thank you, congressional Republicans, for that. No tax on overtime pay.
Representative Caldwell, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. We are on House Bill 1002.
Yep.
Not the provisions of H.R. 1. Are your comments to House Bill 1002?
Mr. Chair, my comments are actually in response to the bill sponsors of House Bill 1002 who got up here and railed against congressional Republicans and talked about how evil H.R. 1 is. So I think in all fairness, I should be able to get up here and counter some of those talking points.
I've given you a little bit of leeway. If you can find your way back to the bill, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that, and I'll just take a little bit more leeway because H.R. 1 had so many great things in it. It would take me a while to get through all of it, so I'll just hit a couple quick points. Saves and increases the child tax credit by 10% adjusted for inflation. Thank you for that. No tax on car loan interest for new vehicles assembled in the United States. So it's pro-America, and also, let's be honest here, rich people aren't the ones who are getting car loans, right? Rich people don't get car loans. So thank you for that. Thank you for that help. And before I got cut off there, the no tax on overtime, don't worry. Colorado already went and reversed that. So guess what, Colorado? You are going to pay tax on overtime thanks to bills preemptively passed in this legislature. And then the last point I'll make is increased deduction of $6,000 for seniors. So thank you again, Congressional Republicans, for that. Now, for 1002, I will say that I've noticed bill after bill after bill that is being ran this special session is that I keep seeing this phrase de minimis. Almost every single bill that is increasing revenue by the state has somewhere in that bill the term de minimis. And this stems from the TABOR Foundation versus RTD court case in 2018, which said you do not have to go through taxpayers and get their approval if the results of the policy that you're doing is de minimis. And so the definition of de minimis is of minimal importance or too trivial to be considered. And I don't think this is an accident that we keep putting this in bills, de minimis, because the reality is if we did not call it de minimis, then we would have to go through the taxpayers under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And so I wanted to make that point for those at home. Look through all these bills that we're debating on. You will find the word de minimis or the phrase de minimis in most of the bills here. And I think that is to skirt the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. $35 million in the current year is what this bill is going to generate, which again, for every dollar that we are raising revenue for, that's a dollar coming out of our economy, that's a dollar coming from our taxpayers, because essentially we're going to have to make up for that because that does get passed on to us. $72 million next year, $73 million for the following year after that. When we're talking $70 million plus a year, that is not de minimis. That's a lot of money that we're bringing in through this legislation. Again, I think it should go through the taxpayers because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The last point I'm going to make on this is that I keep hearing about how we need to go after these corporations because they're going to other states or they're going to other countries that are more business friendly instead of being registered here in Colorado or headquartered here in Colorado. And it's like, that should be a wake-up call, that we are so unfriendly to businesses that corporations feel like they have to flee our state in order to just survive in our state. Why don't we make Colorado more business-friendly? We are the 6th most regulated state, according to statistics in 2024. That's not counting all the stuff we pass in 2025 this year, the hundreds of new regulations. So I think that 6th most regulated state, when the new statistics come out, we're probably going to be in the top 3 most regulated state. And here we are, out of our regular session, passing more regulations on businesses and on people. I don't see it getting better. When I go around my district and I hear from people, I just continually hear from small businesses, from people like, enough is enough. You are taxing and feeing me to death. Please give me some relief. And I go, well, tried to. I sponsored this bill, I sponsored that bill. Couldn't get Democrat support on it, so I couldn't get it past committee. But don't worry, because we passed some fees on this, or we decoupled with House Bill 1296. So the federal government, the congressional Republicans that keep getting demonized up here, they gave you relief on your overtime pay to the firefighters and the nurses and the oil and gas workers. They gave you relief. But the Colorado Democrats said, no.
Representative Caldwell.
Yes.
Again, can you make your way back to the bill, please?
Absolutely. And so this bill, just like all of those other bills, just like 1296, the decoupling, these bills are just increasing costs on us. And there is no relief in sight. And Coloradans, I am sorry. I promise you the House Republicans are up here fighting for you, and we're doing all we can, but this is the way it's going right now. So thank you. Vote no.
Just a reminder, we are on House Bill 1002, so speakers, please keep your comments to that. Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. I thought I needed to get back up because I was really confused on what bill our colleagues are talking about. This bill is about compliance, simplicity, and fairness. And talking about the small businesses, that's what we're talking about for fairness. You know what businesses we're talking about, saying they're fleeing the state? No, the problem is we got businesses that are doing business here because we can't tax businesses unless they have a nexus with the state. That's a very fundamental tax law. If there's no business nexus with the state, you can't tax them. The problem is we have huge multinational companies that offshore their IP and other tax benefits in foreign jurisdictions to hide them from taxation here. It's not Joe's Garage and Karen's Cake Shop that is getting hurt. There's not $1 that's coming from a small business. What businesses we are talking about are giant ones that can engage in the machinations in order to set up offshore accounts. Do you know what it costs to get a tax attorney? A good tax attorney. People think M&A lawyers make a lot of money. I think we all know the biggest money in the world is in taxes. And the people who know how to manipulate that are paid very, very well. So this is about fairness, that people that have a nexus here, that have workers here, that do have operations here, but are able to deduct all their income or a vast majority of it through machinations and offshoring it, don't pay a penny to take care of the roads, the schools that are here, even though they have a nexus here. So if you want to continue to vote for tax scams, as the Secretary of Commerce in the current administration calls it, go ahead. But I'm having flashbacks to the right to repair bill when some colleagues were backing John Deere over the farmers in the state. It has as much to do with everything we've been hearing. This bill does not touch a single small business in the state or a single individual that's not avoiding taxes. What we are talking about is the giant corporations that are paying 2 to 4%, while your local businessman is paying 20 to 30%. And that is totally unfair. And that is why this is a bill about compliance, simplicity, and fairness. If it raises revenue, that's incidental to what we're doing. This is a bill we could have brought last session. This is a bill we could brought next session. This is a bill that needs to be done. So I ask us to vote for it. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Well, I think there is actually a hint of some bit of maybe a possible solution there, which would be fairness, which would be to lower the taxes on our businesses here in Colorado, and in lowering the cost to do business in Colorado by decreasing the taxes on businesses of Colorado, you would also reduce the level of the cost to the citizens of Colorado. So I think that would be a win-win. I think you're touching on an actual solution. Now, finally, it doesn't represent in this bill. I think we still have a problem when we have, because we do have the reality of corporate personhood. I can't imagine that anybody is, this does not address, again, the first order effects. It's a de minimis return when you look at the TABOR refunds, the refunds that should go to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Of course, we know that that $65 million would just be diverted into something else, but that's not important right now. So, but what we have is the admission, I like that you're bringing up the fact that we are taxing our businesses. And what happens to those taxes on those businesses? Those business taxes are passed on as cost to the citizens of Colorado. So ultimately, and what happens when those jobs leave? When those businesses leave, then those jobs are effectively have a tax rate of 100% because now they're gone. So yeah, you could lower the tax rate on the people of Colorado. Now that would require something that is anathema to the majority party in this, which is a rein in spending. There is nothing that says we have to spend $50 billion a year for decaying infrastructure, crumbling schools, and increasing crime. We should be able to get those at a lot better price than what we did before. So if you looked at cost to performance, all of our infrastructure costs should be going down because the performance under the reign of the Democrat Party is dismal. So at least charge them accordingly and say, we're not going to deliver anything to you, so we're at least going to charge you less. But you could you could start with the businesses here in Colorado and you could charge them less taxes. You are absolutely right. You could reduce the taxes on the citizens, on the businesses of Colorado, because ultimately those taxes come out of the wages of the employees of those businesses, and those wages and those prices, those percentage taxes also go into the increased costs that are paid by the citizens of Colorado. So so the citizens are taxed on their income, they're taxed on what they buy, and then there's the hidden taxes in what they buy because of the way you're taxing in and around all of the secret squirrel places that you can find. And the only thing that you can bring to this farce of a General Assembly, this extraordinary session, it's the same BS in August. There is nothing extraordinary about it. It is extra and it is ordinary. It is more tax and spend, more of the same. The only solutions that you bring are more tax extractions from the businesses and citizens of Colorado. That's it. That's the level of creativity that's in the majority party, and every idea that is to increase liberty, to increase the amount of money that the citizens of Colorado was lined up for execution yesterday. I gave the state $2.4 billion.
Representative DeGraff, we're not talking about your bill from yesterday. We're talking about Bill 1002. If you can confine
We
your
should talk
comments
about
to
my
that,
bill from
that would be
yesterday.
wonderful.
It's a pity. Because that was a solution. That was a solution to put money in the pockets of Coloradans. This is a solution to take it out. This is a solution to get into, okay, first order, second order. I mean, just looking it up. I'm not a tax lawyer or anything like that, but we have the idea, in law, you have corporate personhood, that a corporation enjoys the rights and responsibilities of a person. They can buy property, so if they can purchase property, they also, and we're talking about money, that's their property, they have a right not to be declared guilty based on some executive that you don't even put the qualifications for in the bill. Is it going to be you? Are you going to be the executive that stands and says, I am the arbiter of truth in this instance? Is that you? I mean, do we know who it is? We don't know who it is, because that would be an executive function. So who is the executive going to put in charge and say, this person is going to make the determination as to whether these places are tax avoiding instead of just going someplace that's tax friendly? You call it tax avoidance. The businesses call it, we're going someplace that's tax friendly. So obviously you're making Colorado into a place that is not tax friendly. That's all this bill is doing. It's just pushing it farther. We don't know how this is going to interact with international code. We're creating a precedent where the executive branch can put a business on trial, not even on trial. The executive, we're creating a precedent where the governor can declare a business guilty without evidence. It says without evidence. I'm just reading the bill. It says without evidence. We don't know who the executive is going to appoint. We don't know what their criteria are. We don't have any nature of the bill other than that you're upset because some businesses use the loopholes that have been created by legislators like this and the complexity that you're creating here to avoid it. And all they're going to do is do it again. You're just trying to squeeze a handful of toothpaste and try to get it back in the tube. It's not going to work. This is not a legitimate solution to any budget issue. The solution to any of the budget issue is to repeal the legislation that has put us in this problem. You're not doing that. This is just a sop to your base to say we're going after corporate greed. You're not going after corporate greed. If you're going after corporate greed, that would be one thing, but this is not going after corporate greed. It's just going to push corporate greed someplace else, someplace that's not on that very narrow list. And then next year, you'll have to come back and you're going to have to expand that list and say, based on no evidence whatsoever, we've added other countries to it. I have no idea. I would like to see some responsible legislation come out of this incredible, colossal overreach and waste of time of the General Assembly that the governor has foisted upon us by his using the General Assembly to forward an agenda that is anti-Colorado, anti-Coloradan. This is not the bill to solve the problem. The problem is excessive legislative greed, excessive executive greed. Maybe sometime today we'll get to a bill that actually addresses some issue of the budget, and the hole in the budget is because we've extended ourselves past our resources. And if you're going to blame if you're going to blame the future for the inadequacy now, then fine. But the people of Colorado should understand that this problem is based on a bounced budget, not a balanced budget. And this is not serious legislation to deal with the issue.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In digging into this bill earlier today, it came to my attention that the director of DOR struggles to enforce this section already, and I was wondering if the bill sponsors had any knowledge of that struggle and if they anticipate that this change, the adding in of or if the executive director determines, addresses that sufficiently so that it can even be enforced section. I don't know if you guys have any response to that. The other, well, I guess two other matters. The legislature, by authority and jurisdiction, has the power of the purse. It's our responsibility to set the budget, and we have been called back to find $1 billion. I think it's important as we continue this conversation to keep a running tally of how much we are, by these bills, actually making up of that billion. So as I mentioned last bill, well, I'll just say specifically that it's expected to save or give the state $45.9 million towards that $1 billion deficit. This bill, as the bill sponsor mentioned, is really incidental to the larger conversation in terms of the amount of money that it's bringing in at $35.6 million. So as of right now, with the two bills that we have discussed, we're sitting at approximately $81.5 million of that $1 billion that we are needing to find. So for those listening at home, keep posted to see how much we add to that and how much we end at. Also, there are some pennies up here. It is true. That is in reference to the last bill. And I just want to put on the record, since I have a great familiarity with the word luck, that I don't deem that amendment to have been good luck. So just for the record.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1002? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 10002. All those in favor say aye. Still going. Okay. All those that oppose say no. All right. House Bill 25B 10002 passes as amended. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1001 and 1002 as amended, passed on second reading, ordering gross and placed on calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Wilford. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no amendments, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Mr. Schiebel, Byrd is excused. English leader Rutinel Valdez. English, Rutinel, and Valdez are excused. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 20 no, 6 excused, and 1 vacancy, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, we have some business and then announcements. Mr. Schiebel, please read the message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has
Message
passed
from
on
the
third
Senate will be
reading.
printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment.
Message from the reviser will be printed in the journal. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Amabile and Coleman, also Representatives McCluskey and Sirota, concerning the processes for the governor to reduce spending when the state is unable to meet its fiscal obligations and in connection therewith, requiring the governor to present spending reduction plans to the Joint Budget Committee and receiving advice from the Joint Budget Committee.
Senate Bill 1 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Bridges and Doherty, also Representatives Bacon and Wolford, concerning state-only funding for entities that are prohibited from receiving reimbursement from the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services due to the entity providing certain reproductive health care services.
Senate Bill 2 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 3 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Wallace, also Representatives Garcia and Stewart Kay, concerning supporting access to healthy food for Coloradans and in connection therewith, amending the ballot issue language for a measure of the November 2025 ballot and modifying the permissible uses of the Healthy School Meal for All cash fund.
Senate Bill 3 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 5 by Senators Roberts and Catlin, also Representatives Lukens and Martinez, concerning a reallocation of funding from the Division of Parks and Wildlife for the reintroduction of gray wolves to the Colorado Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Senate Bill 5 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. Members' announcements. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Get it out of your system. There you go. The Committee on Health and Human Services will meet 10 minutes upon adjournment in LSB A. We will hear 2 bills, Senate Bill 2 and Senate Bill 3. See you there.
And Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Appropriations Committee will meet 15 minutes following adjournment. Could be longer than that, provided all of our canaries are ready, to hear Senate Bill 5, Senate Bill 1, House Bill 1016, and House Bill 1008. See you there.
Thank you, Representative.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.